Five? Oh, good morning.
Well, good morning, Chicago, Illinois. Well, Chicago land area, I guess.
Chicago land,
Yeah,
yes,
we've been
sir.
all over this great city this week. My name is Gary Olsenberg. I'm Director of Marketing at Storm Bowling, and I'm joined today by our Public Relations Manager, Mr. Dave Cost.
Good morning.
We have got some action already on lane 48 in front of us. We have a very bad rack that needs to be reset because the head pin
It's
is
cozy to the 3-pin.
It is neighbors with the 3-pin down there. So I imagine that we're going to do a little re-rack there on lane 48. We have Crystal Elliott and Angelica Anthony bowling on 47-48 in the girls U15 division. And then off to the right, Michaela Mitchell and Tara Quinlan in the girls under 20, U20 division. So we got a lot of cool action to watch here today, this morning. This is a 2-game match. Total pins going to determine the winner, Dave. How do you see these? How do you see the lanes playing so far this morning? It's early. People are getting loose.
It is early. It's really interesting to see how many of these young ladies are. Most of them have a very power game style, which is nice to see.
Yeah, they're at this level. They are super talented.
Yes, they are. And it looks like early, they're playing out is. Although we got somebody playing in down there, but the pair in front of us during practice was pretty much just a little swing.
Yeah, they're. I think this is the Athens pattern, which is about a 40-foot oil pattern. So they're going to be kind of around the second arrow in that zone. Probably using medium texture bowling balls, nothing super aggressive, and again, Angelica took the re-rack on lane 48 here, but
it did not spot it back correctly.
It did not spot it. So we may have a delay in that action, so maybe we'll call a little action to the right here. We've got Michaela Mitchell, who I have watched her bowl for a number of years at this event. She's kind of a steadfast competitor. She's always making cuts and fantastic player. Let's watch her game, Dave. She's on the right lane, lane 52. Got the 4.
She trips out the 4.
It's an early double. The time, locally, 7:37 in the morning. We were here until after midnight calling the action, and these players were bowling then, which means they had to drive back to the hotel. I don't know if they grabbed something to eat late at 1 o'clock in the morning, but they had to then grab showers and get ready for today. I mean, these athletes are putting in a long week.
Absolutely. Athletes is the right word, Anybody out there that thinks that bowling is not a sport and they're not athletes, grueling schedule. And it looks like on 48, Gary, we're going to have a little delay due to a head pin spotting issue that they're going to work on here currently. But no, you're right. Midnight last night, get home, get a few hours sleep, and hope that adrenaline takes over this morning and gets you through at least till about 8:30, 9 o'clock, and wake up a little bit and keep going. It's been a long week for the athletes, for the parents.
It's been an awesome week. Michaela missed a little right, and it wasn't much. She just got it a little right, and it kind of sailed on her.
Yeah,
got 3 off the right.
And a little quick.
I think that is an indication of the challenging lane conditions. So the pattern is not forgiving. It's a very demanding sport-compliant pattern. It's in that middle length, which makes it the transition kind of challenging because you really got to pay attention to ball motion. 40 feet can kind of start out one way and then quickly change, and you have to change your angles to the front part of the lane. So it's going to be interesting to see as this game 1 goes on and into game 2 how the players adapt to the transition. Tara just threw a very good shot over there in the third frame.
Now, Gary, for those that are listening, in this particular lane pattern, in our arsenal of bowling balls and our lines, what balls would you recommend to somebody on this this type of shot that would be perfect? You're talking about something that's a little more mellow.
Yeah, we like the last night. We were watching a lot of IQ Tour Nanos. That was a good choice. A symmetric core ball. Some folks were throwing some asymmetric cores, but not a lot. But most of it was IQ Tour. We saw some high roads go down the lane last night. And then the nanos, IQ Tour Nanos. So symmetric seemed to be the right call for what they're playing on right now. And of course, throughout the week, that's changed. We've had a very long oil pattern, a very short oil pattern, something in the middle. And so the athletes every round have been tested on different patterns, different conditions. So,
and they're only allowed to bring 6 balls.
They can bring, and that's interesting. I was talking to the players before the tournament got kicked off, and the ones that drove, they actually bring more than 6 bowling balls. They use as many balls as they want in practice, but then after practice they have to declare what their 6-ball arsenal is going to be for the week. And once that's declared and written on their recap sheets, that's what they are playing with. And so now it's about making surface adjustments, and you'll see kids might throw the same ball on 2 different patterns, but they'll change the surface. They'll polish it for one pattern, they'll sand it for another to get the texture right. We were talking last night a little bit. AJ Johnson was in the booth. He won this tournament in 2012, and when he did his seminar with the Time Is Now seminar with Hank Boomershine, our Storms vice president, on registration day, AJ was giving away like all of his secrets that helped him win the tournament, which was so awesome. And then when we had our day in the park on Sunday, AJ was out playing wiffle ball, throwing the frisbee with all the kids and parents, and he was giving away and answering all these questions about what it takes to win this event. And he's a very detailed young man, so he learned in the first year of competing that he needed to take notes. So what he did in year 2 was he took notes of how the lanes played in each bowling center, what equipment looked the best. He had a better year 2. Then in year 3, which was 2012 Indianapolis, he won the championship in the boys division and earned his spot on Team USA. Now he's gone on to the pro level. He's a Storm staffer, a great young man, I think 22 years old, bright future ahead of him in the sport of bowling. And
having been a pro shop guy, as you've been, how important it is for our young bowlers out there to really get to know and understand today's technology in terms of numbers and cover stocks and cores.
They know it. That's what I was kind of leading into that, is that they know their equipment so well, and it's exciting to see it because they know when they bowl in a certain length pattern, they know what balls perform best for their game on that pattern. And it doesn't mean that they can practice at home and on a short pattern, then come all the way out to Chicago to bowl in this environment on a short pattern and know exactly what to do. But they have a game plan, and then a lot of the top athletes are open-minded enough to adapt their game plan. As you know, you see that week in and week out as you're covering our PBA Tour stars, and you're kind of reporting. When you're at the World Series of Bowling, you can see how quickly they are to adapt into their environment. And I think this younger class of bowling athletes is amazing at how much they embrace technology, how much they study the game. And you see it from even in the U12. I mean, kids under 12 have a vast knowledge and training back home. So bowling is in an exciting time right now, and I think we're going to see a big explosion of just competitive bowling for years to come.
I agree. And when you talk about watching the U12s, and you're absolutely right. Just watching all week long, the amount of talent those athletes have is it's actually pretty exciting to see that that's what's going to be coming up through the ranks.
In fact, one gentleman, Cameron, in the U12 yesterday, he needed a mark in the 10th to win his match. He threw a strike, and he was really excited and jazzed, and the whole crowd went crazy. Cameron then, after winning the match, went over to the Survivor tournament across town. He bowled, and he shot 300, I got a report last night.
Oh, wow.
So, fantastic day. He's under 12.
Yeah.
That's just
I think I was under 30 when I shot my first 300, so.
Yeah. Well, Crystal got that one just a hair right.
Yes.
Kind of sailed on her. And I will say in the U15 match here on 47-48, they took 10 minutes of practice. They got all loose, all warmed up. 7:30 in the morning. They're feeling good. We could see at the end of practice they were both lined up. And then there was a mechanical breakdown with the spotting of the headpin on lane 48. And now both players are off to a little bit slow start, but they're going to get loose again and find their stride, so to speak. And I'm expecting a good shot right here by Angelica on lane 48.
And just watching, looking early, the lanes are playing a little speed sensitive. Get it outside with a little too much, and it skates on you. Let up a little bit, and it goes through the nose, and that's what it's.
And that's that sport pattern that we've talked about, is that there's not a lot of room for error. It's a great shot by Angelica, solid 9. She's gonna cover that, and I think she's got to get loose again. But you're right, there's not a lot of room for forgiveness in either direction off your hand, the speed, the amount of rotation that's put on the ball. It all has to be pretty spot on to get a result that you want.
This seems to be the type of pattern that, in bowling we always talk with bowlers about the success of it is to repeatability.
Yeah.
And this appears to be a condition that plays a huge, in any condition, but it's so sensitive that's more important to repeat consistently on this typical length. Would you agree with that as far as?
I do. I think that this pattern can break down in transition. Usually if with 10 minutes practice and 2 on a pair, I'd expect toward the end of game 1 that we're having to see players make some changes with their strategy. Angelica kind of figured it out on that last shot. She threw an excellent shot, leaving the solid 9. And
we've got Michaela Mitchell up on 51. That match is pretty close with her and Tara.
Yeah, we're within 10 pins there, and Tara's coming off an open down there, so let's see if she can bounce back. She got a double in the 5th and 6th frame, split in the 7th frame. Easy to do on this challenging pattern, and see if she can bounce back here.
It looks like she's throwing an Optimus Solid. Is that what it looks like to you?
Tara, that's Tara. No, that's not. Oh, she got the late 7. Yeah, so good bounce back for Tara. Michaela's can get up, and I know she's a gritty competitor. Michaela is from London, Ontario. On a side note, I can sing the entire national anthem, the Canadian national anthem, because I've been to so many hockey games.
It's great to see the amount of girls that are participating in this tournament. We were talking yesterday about, the PWBA being back, helping to bridge that gap between high school, college, and then, of course, having an opportunity now to do something professionally.
In the pro ranks, yeah. Looked like Michaela had a little footing issue there. She stuck a little, crossed over, got away with it, got the Brooklyn.
Oh, nice conversion by Crystal Elliott.
For those of you at home, if you didn't see it, Dave was talking about Crystal Elliott on 48 left the washout and just picked it up beautifully. So we've got 2 matches going on right now. Our producer, Paul, switched us back over to the Elliott-Anthony match as the players are kind of getting loose and ready to go. Crystal Elliott has a lead, and that looked good off her hand. Went a little high. This could be the transition because she thought she threw that one good, and it's about the time of the game on this length pattern where the oils kind of moved around a little bit, and if she thought that it looked good off her hand, and she expected that to be in the pocket, so I think she's going to have to make a little bit of an adjustment. Converts it, moves on. Angelica is going to get up and do her thing here on lane 48. Dave, what's been your favorite part of the week so far? I mean, we've been here about 8 days.
Yeah.
We've seen all sorts of fun activities, serious competition. When we were in the booth last night, I asked the same question to AJ and Chris Schlemmer. Good shot by Angelica there.
I think for me, it's the commitment of the athletes to the sport, traveling all this distance, putting in the hours of practice and bowling and qualifying and all the demanding hours here in the schedule, and it's really good to see that we have as you said, we have a growth in youth bowling, but the commitment is what has been impressive to me, and the amount of talent is just crazy.
Yeah,
it really is. Men, women, both. So for me, it's the commitment of the athletes to the sport.
See if Angelica can catch the double.
That's a little bit off her hand, but it's checked up.
She's got that one in a little bit. I agree. I think that the girls that were watching this morning, they're gonna go off to college. You know, some sooner than later, depending on their age group. There, the U20s, of course, may already even be in college. But the U15s will be in college soon, and then after college, I would expect a lot of these girls we were going to see on the PWBA tour competing with the top women professionals in the world. So very exciting. Angelica covered that, no problem.
What this week has impressed you the most?
Well, being a parent, I love the family aspect of what this tournament does. It brings families together. The athletes competing at a very high level in a very tough tournament is great and fun to watch. But man, I just love them looking back and seeing their mom or dad or both of them or their coaches and their siblings. And the bowling centers, as you know, are so packed that it's almost hard to walk through because the fans watching the athletes. And to me, I just love that. It kind of warms my heart a little bit to see the level of support. And that kind of goes along with what you said about the commitment. You know, the commitment the athletes are making is tremendous, but the commitment that the parents make is also tremendous.
Absolutely. The moms, dads, grandparents have been here. Every bowling center has had a phenomenal crowd. We've got Angelica Anthony. She steps up on 47. She's working off. She's got a string of spares going. Started out with an open, then she's on a. Oh, we switched cameras. Okay, well.
We're switching over to.
Sorry about that, but
we're switching to the Michaela match over here. We've got 198 for Tara, and Michaela has got a chance for 200 if she fills them. So this is going to be an 8 count, basically. We have a tie. 9, she'll have a 1-pin lead, Michaela.
And
she struck. So she's going to have a 2-pin lead going into the second game. So basically that match is all tied up. We'll switch back to the U15 match. Angelica coming off a couple good frames there. The 5th and 6th, it looked like she found her rhythm. She made a couple good shots. Strike, 9 spare. She's only down in the match by 11 pins. So let's see what she can do here.
And this is double elimination, correct?
It is, yep. That looked pretty good. There it is. All right, so 11-pin match. So a strike here, she can cut it to 1. So you bring up the double elimination format. They bowl 2 games. It's total pins determines the winner. And once you have 2 losses on your card, that's when you're exiting the tournament. So
just because you lose in this match doesn't mean you're out of the hunt. So,
and some of the matches that we have are folks have already lost 1 match because they bowled 2 last night. So some people do have a loss. Some people are undefeated. We had a couple folks that lost both matches last night, and they got ousted from the tournament. So,
and you've been here. We're at Stardust Lanes or Stardust
Yep.
Bowl. Excuse me. You've been here all week. What's it been here? Been like here this week is in terms of turnout and the facility and
packed house. The staff, Jim and his team have done an amazing job from the bowling center aspects. The people, as you know, when we did our matchmaker on Friday night, how accommodating they were. They let us kind of facilitate what I've heard. I don't know if it's true, but on Friday night, Storm presented a matchmaker. I heard it was the world's largest consumer matchmaker.
wow.
And so that was kind of exciting to be a part of that. But the staff just bent over backwards to help us facilitate that and to help manage the flow of people. There is obviously, with over 500 people trying our newest products, it also meant that there was lots of fans, parents that brought the athletes here. So it was just a full house and really fun, and it's been an amazing week. I couldn't expect things to go any better than they've gone. And that goes for all the bowling centers, so they've all done a great job. And as you know, you've been over at River Grove, and you see the packed house over there, and you were down at Orland Bowl, and you said you were impressed with the way that everything was organized. And so the centers stepped up, the employees of the centers, the volunteers. I've seen volunteers here from 7 in the morning until leaving, and we're talking like 11, 12 o'clock. And the same volunteers here day in and day out because they're local bowlers, they're involved in the association, and they've come out to help facilitate this great tournament. So let's see if Crystal can, little right, got back and shred the rack there. She might have made the move. I think she, that was the lane where I thought she threw it really good the last time.
Yes.
Drifted high.
Turned up late on her.
So this one, she probably made the move, gave it more room. And she struck.
Put a little distance between herself and Angelica here. So if Angelica can throw a strike, keep herself in the match. I really like the way she throws the ball.
It's got to hook a little.
Oh,
and it did.
A light one.
I think the girls have done a good job on 47 and 48 of breaking down the lane, because we're going to see higher scores in game 2. You could tell that Angelica got that ball a little bit to the right. There's a little bit of a hook spot because of the way they played the lanes in practice, the type of equipment that they use. And so once players of this skill level have a couple boards, they become awfully loose and awfully good. And so I expect game 2 the scores to jump up a little bit. And we got an exciting finish of game 1 here. That's got to hold a little bit for her. No, Just a little left off her hand. She can make the spare though. Nine spare is good on this, you know.
Spares are very important in watching this past week. The spare game, vital in a tournament like this, or any in bowling. Period.
All these athletes have a system. Hank and I were talking about having a spare system and the importance of having that, because when you get in pressure situations in any sport, you need to have some pre-shot routines. You also need to have a fail-safe kind of game plan, because that makes you more confident as a player. And I would bet if you ask anyone that's competing right now at this level and this point of the tournament, they have a detailed plan of how they manage their spare making, how they shoot the 3-6-10s, how they shoot the 2-8, another tricky spare on this type of oil pattern. So they certainly know what they're doing. So after a bit of a slow start, Angelica has come back.
Came up her hand very nicely.
And she finished the last 5 frames of this game clean, a few strikes. I think that's going to help her feel more comfortable going into game 2. And Miss Crystal's got a chance working on a strike. She can go off the sheet for 193, which would give her a 30-pin lead. So it's kind of a very important frame for her. I'm reading her shirt. It says Class of 2019. That's got to hook a little. It's right. Okay. Out of trouble. So with a spare and a strike, we have a 10-pin match on our featured pair. It's got to hold off a little bit.
Oh.
Missed it. All right. Well, we have a 2-pin match. So that just swung vastly. A double got her a 30-pin lead, and Angelica hung tough that game. We're going to switch over as 47-48 gets started in game 2. We're going to go over to Michaela and Tara, where, if we remember correctly, Michaela had a 2-pin advantage going into this game, and through 2 frames, she has another 2-pin advantage. So we're in a 4-pin match over there.
Looks like she's
Beautiful
lined up
shot
on that right lane.
Yeah, she struck in the first and the third. Had a little trouble in the second, so let's see if she can make the adjustment on lane 51. There's a Bill and Barb Chrisman sighting. The owners of Storm flew in yesterday. They flew in yesterday, and they came straight from the airport in rush hour traffic to get to Stardust to watch the bowling. That's how excited they were.
Yeah.
And Bill, you know, he was in Japan for Olympic initiative.
Yes. Over at the JBC Round 1 World Open, where we were pretty successful. We did well. But yeah, Bill just got in from Japan, and Barbara was in Sacramento for the PWBA Open, the first event that was a storm event. And the women are down in Lubbock today, Lubbock, Texas, before moving on to Wichita. What's great to see on that side of it with the women's is now that they now have 4 sold-out events coming up, which is amazing. It's great to hear. They increased the field size to 120 to a couple of them. And based on what we've seen here with these young ladies, would not be surprised if several of them are out there in a few years once they complete college and out on the PWBA tour.
Absolutely.
It's great that that's back after a little hiatus, and now they have somewhere to extend their careers.
Somewhere to showcase their talents.
Exactly.
That they've worked their whole life, you know, getting good. Well, Miss
And don't be
Tara came up a
confused.
little-
Women's bowling is pretty competitive. I've watched
Oh,
some
yeah.
of the collegiate matches.
Yeah, it's
And
fantastic.
they are very serious about it, which is great to see.
Tara covers the 4-7, and she's going to be down the match, but again, very tight match. I think she's trying to figure out, if I was reading her mind, I think she's wanting to make a ball change, but not 100% sold on that idea.
Mm-hmm. Strike
She's taking a little
keeper
bit
in the
of time.
match.
Yeah, she's going to take a little extra time. It's a good idea. This is when you're a little bit lost and you're in this match play situation. You're coming down to the final 6 frames in a very tight match. Take your time. Go through that pre-shot routine. See a lot of the veterans do that same move. And when I say veterans, yeah, you can be a veteran at this age. These athletes are bowling tournaments every weekend. They're in this environment. So
Talking about a ball change.
Yeah.
In this point, being a young bowler,
Yeah.
probably a lot more difficult decision to pull that trigger than it is as you grow up, into an adult. But and the fear is because it's just a 2-game match.
Yep.
A fear of making the wrong decision.
And sometimes you're in a tight match. It can be tricky to part of you will say, I'm just going to make a better shot, or I'm going to make a perfect shot. But we're human beings. We're not perfect. We don't make perfect shots all the time. And I would say for Tara right now, she hasn't hit the pocket this game, so she is in need of a pretty big adjustment. I think we're going to watch Michaela throw in the 5th frame, and then we're going to switch back to our Crystal Angelica match. Good shot by Michaela.
She's
there.
really lined up now.
Let's go over to the U15. We've got Angelica Anthony coming up on the right lane. Very close match. I think Angelica's playing the lanes just about perfect. She's had a little issue on the left lane with a drifting high, but I think she's kind of pinched him off a little bit to the left and a little inside her target, and that's what's caused the ball to go high. That's a good shot. 10 back.
Now, once you get to this point, are you playing offense or defense?
I think it depends on the person's mindset, right? I would say both of these players that we're watching on 47, 48 are in offensive mode. They are not afraid of this spot. They're fierce competitors, and Angelica, she wants to get this one on 47 because this is the lane that's given her a little bit of trouble. And this is for the double. This is a big shot. It's a little left again. Just something with that lane. She's just she either doesn't like what she sees out on the lane, meaning her ball reaction, she's not confident in it.
You have to trust yourself.
Or it could be a footing issue. It could be that they're having a little bit of issue with the approach there, and it's just causing her, again, just not to get through the shot the same way she's getting through it on 48.
And that would make a lot of sense with the weather that we've had this week with the humidity levels.
Yeah.
As you know, can
we've been in
play havoc on the approach.
We've been in 3 climate zones this week.
We have. I know we haven't seen this much rain being
No.
out in Utah in quite a while, but
it's certainly
but
not this humidity.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And as anyone who's watching at home, you know that when it gets humid, the approaches on the synthetic approaches can get a little bit tacky.
Oh.
For a brief minute.
Our little production manager, Paul, is going to join us in the booth talking a little bowling. Actually all 3 of us were at the TAT for about like 113 days or something like that a couple weeks ago. And Paul and Tavio helped do all the production of, well, anything we're producing at Storm nowadays, from the graphic element to things like this. We're bringing Storm live to events and doing videos, or as Paul likes to say, cinematography.
Cinematography.
For the cinematography, yeah.
Tavio does most of the heavy lifting. I just fill in every now and then. But I came in to
Job
join you
security.
guys. I came in to join you guys to answer a few questions.
You did?
Yeah.
And
we
does
got.
that have to do with rhinoceros?
It does not. It does not.
Can we talk about that? Or every time I'm around you, I want to talk about zebras
Yeah.
and rhinoceros.
Yeah. I'm hopping on the chat note to talk about the bowling that we've got going on now. We've got a few questions
yeah,
on
sure. Fire
on
away.
the lanes. Dana Gard asked a little bit earlier what lanes we were on. And just to reiterate, we are at the Stardust lanes.
Yep.
And we are currently, if you're talking about position, 47 and 48.
And if you're talking about lane surface, we're talking about Pro Anvilane, a fairly new install of Pro Anvilane. So, and actually, on the technical side, Pro Anvilane's typically a very hard, slick surface. For whatever reason, in talking with AJ Johnson last night when we were calling some action, he said in this particular building, there's a lot of friction already built into these lanes. So sometimes the outside part of the lane plays pretty well. The outside of 5 kind of zone plays good, even if the pattern, the oil pattern, might say otherwise. So I hope that answers the question.
I hope so too. We also have some action going on 51 and 52 that we've been switching back and forth to. So Dana, hopefully that answers your question. I'm gonna leave it back to you guys. The pros are gonna take over.
Yeah.
And,
Oh,
handle
Randy's
their
coming
business,
in with
so.
Gary? Is that what's going to happen here?
Randy is joining us at
Eventually.
some point
Yes.
today. And Angelica looking for another spare.
I'm starting to get the sense that the match on 47 and 48, Gary, is really just kind of damage control. Whoever can just stay as clean as possible without any major issues. It just doesn't seem to be a striking pair for whatever reason.
Well, that would make sense because I predicted that Game 2 scores would go up. So usually my predictions are
Spot on.
A little wrong. But they're bowling great games.
They are.
7 out of 8 frames filled. Again, this is a sport pattern. This is a challenging pattern. So being clean and making spares is critical. That one sailed on her. That's the lane she's been going high on, and now she kind of
She made the adjustment as you talked about. She didn't change balls, but she made an adjustment.
Yeah, and it sailed on her a little bit to the right. So
Very touchy. Very, very touchy.
she's going to need to convert this spare to keep the lead. On the other match, you can't see it off camera, and that's fine. Michaela Mitchell has a commanding lead heading into the 9th and 10th frame. So that match is pretty much all but over. Tara is bowling fantastic this week, just having a little bit of struggle on this particular pair. And so Michaela will advance through. And now back to 47-48. Angelica ever so closely to missing that spare, but converted it. Big spare. It's a good shot. Crystal liked that one, I think. Big double, big opportunity for Crystal on this left lane.
Would be huge at this point. I think also, I personally, strikes are fun, and you like to see somebody throw a high-scoring game. But personally, it's like a pitcher's duel in baseball. You kind of like to see one of those once in a while where it comes down to the hard work and the finer things. And I think that's what's going to a double here would certainly help. She's got that a little wide. It looks like this pair, if you get it just a little right, it just isn't coming back. She's throwing an uproar, I believe.
Indeed, that is an uproar. She changed to that a few frames back, looking for a little bit more back end motion out of that ball, and she has it. There is a little margin for error on this pair, but if you get it going a little quick and a little to the right, it's not gonna recover. It's going to sail like that last shot. If she was a little softer at the bottom of the swing with that shot, that would have made it back. And she's real close to having a great ball reaction. I think her speed is a little firm right now. Talking about Crystal. Angelica working on a clean game. She's actually a 10 frame straight clean. See if she can make it 11 marks in a row. That's a little left of target. She's got away with it. Got a little 3-pin.
I think Angelica's struggling with her speed. She's trying to figure out, what the happy medium is.
Yep. Just keep plugging along and making spares. Spares
exactly.
are going to win championships like this.
Absolutely. Important for Angelica to cover the 3-pin here.
And she did.
Does. Even though we didn't get the high scores, it's looking like this match is going to come down to the 10th frame.
It absolutely will. It's we're in frame 7, both working on a spare.
Slim lead.
Basically, it's a, if my math serves me correctly, it's about a 15-pin match, which is nothing on this sport pattern. Anything could happen.
Now, do you see these lanes transitioning a little later here where they might have to play a little fallback?
No.
No? Okay.
No. There's definitely some developing. Like, that was a good shot right there.
And her speed was pretty good on that one.
There's a little something developing if the players can get it. The angle through the front part of the lane is the critical component right now. For Angelica, that is. For Crystal, it's a little bit about the ball speed. I think her ball speed's been a touch firm, and if she could just soften it up a little bit, the ball will read the lane and she will create more area. There is some area on this pair in the track. That's got a hold, and it did. Good shot. I think she liked it. I think if she heard me say that has to hold, she would think I'm crazy because she pured it in her mind.
She did.
She's like, well, hold. I threw that perfect. What are you talking about?
Of course, starting this afternoon at 2 o'clock, as you know, Gary, these are going to, the champions, or excuse me, the finalists will move over to the high end of the house for the CBS Sports Network's coverage, taping the shows of the finals. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah,
could you imagine being 15 years old and being on live TV?
No.
Well, not live TV. It's live, but it's not aired live.
What a great shot by Crystal. The double.
Huge.
This match is basically all tied now.
But being 15 years old and being on that stage.
And what they're going to do is neat. Every championship round will be covered. Every championship game. So whether the U12s, they're going to be on TV, the girls and the boys, and the U15s and U20s. It's 6 championship matches. It's awesome. Totally fun. That's a good shot. It's got to
Angelica
hook a
comes-
little. Hook. Oh, that was a good shot. She trusted it. Got the roll. She's looking for that double. Seven pin, good shot. She can cover this and move on. Any questions in the chat?
Not right at the moment. Somebody looking for a Julie Bond update, but we haven't. She hasn't come through here.
She's here.
She
I've
is
seen
here.
her.
We've seen her. So we can at least answer that part of it, right? She's
That's
in the
gotta
building.
Hook. Yeah, good girl. Good spare.
Important.
So, I think you called it here, 10th frame. This is going to go to the 9th and 10th frame. It's definitely tight match.
Although Crystal working on a double.
And Crystal's going to be moving to what I believe is her better lane. She likes the right lane. In fact, I think both these players like lane 48 better than 47. That's a pretty good shot. It's got a hold.
She's asking for it to hold.
No. Doesn't take much to miss.
Looks like her ball speed's been a little up and down to me. Have you noticed that a little bit with Angelica? She's
They're hard. The lanes, any
it's
little
very touchy.
Yeah, any
Very touchy.
little minute difference, the ball has a tendency to react vastly different. So, what is a good shot? Maybe not a perfect shot. All of a sudden, a good shot turns into something that's not as favorable. Oh, it's got to hook a little.
Oh.
All right.
Now this is an important ball coming up here for Crystal. If she can put a turkey together. I think it's going to come down to the 10th frame.
Angelica had a little bit of a lead going into this
She did.
game. This strike switches that around, and Crystal would take the lead if she can get this. Again, this is her good lane. She's trying to feed it. Break point around 11, 12 down lane. Which is that rangefinder down to the right. That's a good shot.
Yeah, she put.
That was brilliant. First turkey.
First
she's
turkey,
excited.
she says.
So that was 40 feet away. I said she wants to get it to 11, 12. I think she got that to 11 and a half. She split it 40 feet away. In that pressure situation, that is amazing bowling.
It is.
With all that rotation and power on the ball to be that accurate.
She throws a. She's definitely. She definitely has a beautiful power game. Big shot. Comes off her hand well.
That's good.
Needs a little help.
Mix it up.
Okay. Everything but the 4-pin.
So she's going to be with a spare. She's got 2 of 1 possible. So she needs this spare. I mean, Angelica
A spare and
would
a
be
strike.
out of room.
Yeah.
If with a spare and a good count, I think Crystal will advance.
Would advance.
Win the
yeah.
match.
Yeah.
She
She
covered the
covers.
spare like it's her job. She just stepped up, knocked him down. It's like she's bowling on the tour.
Well, at this point right now, they're if Angelica would strike out in this point, they would be tied. So if any, like you said, anything with some counting, as they say in the PBA tour, they close them out, right? Boy, she throws the
That's a
ball
good
so
shot.
well. Yep, there you go.
I think that's enough to advance. Angelica's having a great week. Bowling in this round, there's not many competitors left. It's fantastic.
No.
Achievement. And we were talking early in the week, before the action even started in this event, that all of the people that have qualified to bowl at Junior Gold this year they had to qualify. You can't just show up and enter. Every one of these is a champion at their own level, at their own bowling center back home, or they won their spots through tournaments when they were traveling, or somehow they earned the right to be here and to compete. And now we're getting to the finals of that.
And as we said yesterday, just being here, you've won.
Oh,
You're a winner.
absolutely. And they're making friends from around the country,
Around the world, in
international,
some cases.
internationally. Angelica, if she looks back at this slow start is what got her in this match. In the first game, she had 3 opens to start. I think that was
After,
3 or 4.
after the delay, which
After a
happened
little
on
bit
her,
of a delay,
her side of the
little bit
practice.
of a delay. And then since then, my point being, the last 15 frames, she's had 1 open.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is very impressive.
Couldn't agree with you more.
That has got to hook a little bit, and it did. It's very good.
Good morning, guys. I'm back.
Hey,
joining
Paul,
the broadcast.
Paul's
That's
back.
what that means.
Good morning, Paul.
You can't see it, but this means
What do you
Paul's
have
back.
for us?
Uh,
We're not talking about rhinos again, are
That
no.
we're not talking about rhinos.
course
No,
not.
there's a lot of chit chat going on the chat.
Yeah, what's
Everyone wants to know kind of updates on other players. Just filling them in that we are strictly down here at 47, 48, 51, 52. We are broadcasting there. We are trying to get some information.
yeah, there's a lot of action going on in the
disperse.
70-lane bowling center.
Yeah.
And we are sitting by 49 and 50. And so
Yeah.
what is to the left of us can't cover it all.
No.
Can't cover it all, but we will work on trying to get some information that we might be able to
But I
disperse
think
to everybody.
Lucas has another cam down there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There's several streams going on. In the meantime, we got Dana on the chat. She's handling a lot of this stuff for us. So
Yeah.
thanks to her.
Thanks,
But
Dana.
but we will work on trying to get some more information on who advanced, what some action was.
Are they doing live scoring with X Bowling for this event? Do you know? I don't know either. I know that X Bowling is the partner.
Has there been a Tavio sighting, Paul, your partner here at Storm? Have you seen Tavio around today?
I think he kind of just left me high and dry a little bit. I think.
I say that because Tavio is standing right with us as well, making sure that everything goes swimmingly. Paul, you got anything else for us, buddy?
That's it. I was just handling
the action
the
is
chat
done
for a
in
minute.
front of us. Do you want to take a little break and come back and call some action later?
Sure.
All right, well, we're back. We're back in the action here. Got some warm-ups going. We have 6 minutes left of practice. We're going to watch Brianna Clemmer from Clover, South Carolina, who I must say is the defending champion. Her last 3 junior golds have been she won the U20 last year. She finished 4th in the U20 the year before that. And the year before that, she won the U15. So she's gone 1st, 4th, 1st, and she is undefeated right now. She won her first 2 matches last night, so she's in the winner's bracket. She's 2-0. She will be bowling and taking on Miss Jordan Richard, who qualified 5th from, I'm not even going to say it, it's Michigan. Her city is Tecumseh. I'm going with Tecumseh. Tecumseh, Michigan. I'm also joined in the booth by Dave Cost here, Storm Products. He's our staff manager. He kind of handles a little bit of social media stuff, but his main role at Storm is working with our staff players and kind of helping those guys out. He goes out and covers footage out on tour, World Series of Bowling events. You were at the TAD a couple weeks ago, Dave. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you. You know, speaking about Brianna, if she does win, it'll be her 3rd win. There's 2 other females that have done that. One of them, Shannon Pluhowski, who won 3 consecutive titles.
Member of our Rotogrip team.
Rotogrip team, yep, family Rotogrip. And so that would be pretty cool. She'd actually
And who's the other person she'd be joining? I believe Danielle McEwen, is that?
No,
is that?
I believe her name is Natalie or Tiffany, one of the 2.
You know who else?
Can't remember
Stephanie
from last.
Nation.
Stephanie. Yes,
Steph
Stephanie.
Nation.
Yes, it is Stephanie. Morning.
My girl Steph Nation from
It is Stephanie, yes.
from Florida. Now Miss Steph Johnson lives in Texas. Fantastic. She actually, Miss Steph Johnson, is probably in Lubbock right now, bowling the PWBA event. She's one of my favorite professional bowlers. She is an amazing talent. So as these players kind of go through, they're bowling on an Athens oil pattern, 40 feet in length. Again, we're going to be covering lanes 49 and 50. It's a fresh pair. There's been no bowling on it today. And I expect to see some transition happen. I think both of these girls are at the top of their games. They know how to break a lane down. In these 10 minutes, they're really working on, trying to define an area of hook to the right, just right of the track so that their ball reads the lane and gets back, and they have a little margin for error on this very tough sport shot, Dave.
Yes. Now, for those out there listening that are maybe novice bowlers, I know when we talk a lot, we talk about the ball reading,
Yes.
jumping off the spot.
Yeah.
Fill them in. Talk a little bit about when we say reading, what that means.
It means we need the ball to expend its energy at the right time in the lane. If it travels too far down the lane and it hooks too sharply at the back end, it makes it very hard to control.
Your angles.
Your angles get really difficult. A lot of times it makes you open the lane up, which is giving it more head belly, going a little more, if you're a right-hander, left to right off your hand. That can play real nicely as the day goes on, but on a fresh oil pattern, you typically want straighter angles through the front part of the lane until the transition occurs and the lane starts to break down and becomes a little bit more forgiving. Again, I mean, sport pattern, this is never really forgiving. So you have to make a really good shot to get the ball to the pocket.
So now on this Athens pattern, for somebody that plays a little more of a, as I would call it, plays more of a smoother.
Yep, a little more down and in kind of deal. Yep.
Do you think there's an advantage there to somebody that, other than trying to play them a little more aggressively with
on
the back ends?
fresh oil pattern, most of the time straighter is better on any fresh pattern. Being that it's 40 feet in length, Kegel came out with the rule of 31. We like that rule as a good guideline. You would subtract 31 from the length of the pattern, which in this case is 40 feet. It means your break point's kind of going to be around the 9th board. That's what you're kind of looking. Now, how you get it to that spot on the lane kind of depends on how much rev rate you have, your axis tilt and rotation. So do you play them a little more straight to get to that spot, or do you have to hook it a little bit?
And we saw that in the last matches, being in around that area.
Yeah,
11, 12, out the 9 a little bit. Although it's speed sensitive, as we talked about. Some of the girls were struggling if they got a little fast, a little quick on the outside. They couldn't get it to turn off the spot.
Yeah, your speed has to be on, and your rotation has to be on. You have to be like a good pitcher, like Cy Young. You got to have good control over your stuff. And if you do, you're going to have success. And if you don't, you're probably going to struggle a little bit. So I am excited for this match. Jordan is bowling amazing, and she's taking on the powerhouse, Brianna Clemmer.
This is a carryover
awesome.
from last night, correct? Did I understand that correctly? These are girls that bowl.
They both won both their matches last night. So
they're both undefeated at this
they're
point.
undefeated, and so if they lose this match, whoever loses will have a record of 2-1. They're still in the tournament. They're not knocked out until you lose 2 matches. Whoever wins, big advantage. They're 3-0. They're 3-0. So I've been trying to corral Mary Wells, my new favorite youth. Well, she's not really a youth bowler, but she's a Team USA member, and I wanted to get her in the booth to get her perspective on this championship.
Tavio is currently negotiating with her.
He's negotiating her contract.
Yes. Talking appearance fees.
Absolutely.
She at the moment is not going to join us.
She declined.
She did, but she's going to be here to watch her friends.
Oh yeah, so she's got to help her buddies out.
Yeah. So eventually we'll get to her. And Tavio apparently didn't strike the right deal. Next time we'll have Paul do the negotiations.
All right, well, we are underway in this fantastic matchup between Jordan Richard and Brianna Clemmer. Dave Cost has moved spots in our booth so that we could add a special guest who's going to be joining us. Angelica Anthony is going to come in and join us. Angelica, welcome.
Hi.
Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We were watching you bowl that last match. The pair seemed really challenging, and wanted to get your perspective on it. You've had a great week here at the tournament, and talk to us. Tell us how it went out there.
Well, I'm not really too good on the medium, so when I found out we were bowling on the medium again, I was kind of upset. But I couldn't figure out, like, the left lane.
Lane 47 was the lane that was giving you a little bit of trouble, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. And 48 you had a good feel on. You had a good reaction.
Yes.
Yeah. So what was it about 47? Was it seemed like early in the match, it seemed like the ball was drifting high. Was that you, or was it just that lane was just tricky?
I thought it was me, but then when I moved, it wasn't really like recovering.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Looked like it was very speed sensitive.
Yeah.
Because you were trying to figure out, okay, if I play out here a little more and give it a little speed, it just didn't turn off the spot. And then the next time, like, okay, well, I couldn't get it to come back, so you adjusted a little bit of speed, and it ended up going, a little high and through the nose. So
they're just hard, huh?
They're hard.
The
yeah.
lanes are hard.
It's the Junior Gold Championships,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
It's the U.S. Open for juniors.
Yeah, it's an awesome tournament. You bowled great. Congratulations on having a fantastic week.
Thank you.
And you've got to be pleased with the overall results of.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is my second year.
Now I saw Wes Malott walk by and kind of tap you on the shoulder. Is he your buddy?
Yeah.
Do you guys live in the same area? Or?
I live in San Antonio, and he's in Austin, so.
So do you see him from time to time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Jordan at some of the same tournaments that you're at when you guys?
Well, we
compete?
bowl West Malott together, but
Yeah.
I don't really cross with him because he's 12.
Yeah.
Still in.
He's a 12-year-old boy, and you're not, and you're a girl. So you guys are in different zones there. I get it.
Gary, I don't mean to interrupt, but
Yeah.
I have to go do a staffer hotel run to go pick up Hall of Famer, PBA Hall of Famer, Mr. Randy Peterson.
Yeah?
So I'm going to step out, and Chris
Good.
Schlemmer, our Rotogrip brand manager, is going to join you guys here in just a second.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks, Angelica.
So it's just me and you now, Angelica. We can talk about this match that we're calling in front of us. We can see it on the TV right here. We got Jordan Richard and Brianna Clemmer. Do you know these girls?
I know Brianna Clemmer.
Yeah. She wins this a lot, huh?
Yes, she does.
She's amazing. So who do you think, if you had to handicap this match, who do you think is going to win this thing?
I don't know. They're both very good.
Yep. What about ball reaction-wise? They're bowling on the same pattern that you just got done with, and it's a fresh pair. Didn't use it in the first round that you just finished with. We saw the transition. We thought we saw the transition happen around the 5th, 6th frame of the first game. Did you feel like the lanes went through a little bit of change at that point?
Yeah. The line wasn't consistent enough. Like, I threw it there, but it wasn't like the same reaction.
Right. Joining us in the booth, just popping in, Chris Schlemmer, the Rotogrip brand manager. Schlem is not tiny. I'm going to turn your mic on.
What?
Okay,
Now you're profiling.
Okay.
I'm not tiny. I'm short for my weight.
So Schlem is not tiny, but
If I was
Angelica is
eighth-
super tiny. So sitting next to both you guys is
It makes you
hilarious
it
to
feels
me.
good about yourself. Right
Yeah,
there.
I'm like right in the middle.
Yeah.
Totally. Well, Chris just joined us. Chris, you missed. Angelica bowled the match on 47-48.
Okay.
Very close match. Came down to the 10th frame of game 2. She wound up on the short end of that stick, and she was so nice that she joined us in the booth and to chat and give her
Awesome.
perspective on this oil pattern, which, by the way, she's not a fan of things, the middle
I don't like-
kind of oil, the medium length oil
So
pattern.
it's we're still also on the 40-foot Athens pattern.
Yes, sir.
So the idea, what don't you like about the pattern? Is it one of those things that didn't have enough surface, or didn't have a strong enough ball, or weak enough ball, or?
I don't. My coaches were saying that I didn't have the right equipment, but
Okay.
it's like you can play anywhere on the medium. There's not a spot where you.
It's not defined, huh?
Yeah.
And so when I was watching that match, I thought you were super close to having a really good look, but there may have been, you used the same ball for both those games. There may have been another option for you, but I don't know your arsenal. I don't know what you have in your bag, but I do know that you made a lot of good shots, and actually, going back to the beginning of that match, you were, after 10 minutes practice, you were ready to go. I thought you looked good. You had good form. Then there was a little bit of a delay as they had to fix lane 48, the head pin thing. And I'm not sure if that tightened you up, but that you started that next game, game one, with a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
You had some opens. From the 5th frame of game one until the end of the match, you only had one open.
Yeah.
You really came back, fought hard, and super close match. I'm sorry that you lost, but
It's okay.
someone always has to.
I'll be
It's
back.
sports. Someone always says, you'll be back next
Yeah.
year.
But I'll be in this division.
You'll be in the U20s next year. Okay.
All right. So
You're
you're
aging
moving
out.
up. You're moving up the next division. Okay. And now, have you already qualified? Because I know qualifying actually for next year already started in June. Have you already qualified for 2016 yet, or
I
you still have to?
bowled a Survivor today, so.
You're gonna bowl a Survivor. Yeah. So they're awarding obviously entries into next year. So
Yes.
you have a way to get in that way, or through your local qualifier, or however you do it through your league or tournament. So that's kind of cool.
Well, Jordan Richard just labeled 2 for the double.
Yeah, to get back, she kind
get
of
back
had
in
a
this match,
8-1 there in the 4th, and it's kind of early in the match, and as we've seen and as you've seen, the matches it can be a roller coaster.
Anything
and
can happen.
how often do you bowl? Let me ask you this: so from a player perspective, how often do you bowl 2-game matches? 2 games total pins. Like, it doesn't happen. Like, this
Yeah.
is something that's kind of a different format for you, I'm sure. So it's a different mindset as far as. Okay, it's not like, hey, I just beat somebody, get my 30 bonus pins. It's like, okay, I got 2 games, I've got to bowl good, but I got to stay close, or I got to get a big
Yeah.
lead. So there's a mental aspect that I think that's got to mix into that too. I'm sure that you're now learning, or you learned today,
Yes.
that, like you said, you prepare and you'll be ready to get back at it next year. And but so whereabouts are you from? Are you from
I'm from Texas.
Texas? Is that why Wes Mullet was giving you a hard time?
Yeah.
Yeah, he walked by and he's like, "Oh, hold on," and he stopped me. He stopped in front of me and he's like, and he started messing with you. I'm like,
Yeah.
"Man, Wes, picking on that little girl. Come on, what are you doing, man?" Cool deal. So does Wes drill your stuff, or do you have a different pro shop? Okay.
But I bowl his tournament every year.
Oh, right on. Cool. He's a pretty good dude. His son actually just got knocked out in this
Yeah.
last round too. But yeah, it's a learning experience all the way around for everyone. Not only the competitors, but also the parents as well. Coming to Chicago and traveling around. excuse me. Bouncing around and all the different things. So, have you enjoyed your Chicago experience? Have you been to Chicago before, or is this your first time?
No, I haven't really enjoyed it. I've been bowling the whole time.
Oh, okay. By the way, it's hot and sticky outside. It's getting worse. The humidity's flaring
Oh,
back. It's
yeah.
rearing its ugly head again today. So,
But you know what? She's headed over, Chris, to bowl the Survivor tournament
oh yeah, okay.
over at River Grove
Yeah.
in a little bit. What time is your squad?
I think 6:30.
Tonight?
Yes.
Wow, so you got like all day to just like chill out.
Sleep.
You just sleep?
Or I was thinking of nothing else. Make it to the mall, go shopping, do something like
I already
that.
did that.
Oh, all right. Check. That one's off the list. All right, gotcha. Cool. So we're back in the. We've got Jordan and Brianna over here, and Jordan actually
3-bagger.
has the 3-bagger, and Brianna actually, she's clean through 7. So again, it's tight match early on, and like we were talking about, like you said, there's kind of multiple angles to play, and as you're watching right there with Jordan, she actually playing a little bit more of an inside line, but this is also now game 3. We're already a couple matches in, so there's a little bit of transition. So it's allowing for the angles kind of open up a little bit, and it's one of those things that even watching when I walked in down there watching the U20 boys, there's a couple of those guys that were actually using urethane, playing straight from out,
Already.
and then there was a couple kids that were in banging on it from 20. So
Yeah.
pick your poison, and it's all about repeating shots, and that was a quality shot there from Brianna. It's what you can repeat, and that's really the name of this game.
So we got a very close match going on. Angelica, you wisely opted not to pick who you thought was going to win. You want to have lots of friends when you move up next year to the U20. You don't want to go out on a limb, and give us your thoughts on that. How do you like their ball reaction? If you were sitting back from our perspective and you were trying to help a player, do you like their ball reaction?
I think they're both dialed in.
Dialed in.
Mhm.
I think you're right. It's a matter of just shot making, as Chris was just saying. It's really about repeating quality shots. They don't have to be perfect shots, but they have to be good, solid shots.
Yep.
You gotta execute.
Execute.
And
Oh.
puts it up and around. Tough spare. Doesn't matter who you are, what level you're on. So I got to ask, we don't have the computer set up today as far as looking up your average and your score and the whole deal. And when you submitted your form before you signed up, and you had to put in your favorite Pro Bowler. So I got to ask who your favorite Pro Bowler was, because it's been a pretty. While I was in the different booths yesterday, the overwhelming favorite was Belmo. Belmo is the fan favorite across the board. And there was some PDW, and there was some Kelly Kulik, and there was some Norm Duke. So
I have two.
You have two. Okay, we'll allow you that. We'll give you that. We'll your two.
Westmont and Bill O'Neill.
The real deal, Bill O'Neill and Big West. That's awesome. Two really good dudes right there. Known those guys for a long time, and I spent over a decade out on the PBA tour as a tour rep. So I helped Wes actually win quite a few titles and Player of the Year and stuff like that. And now I've transitioned into the office, becoming an office guy. I still go out and help those guys occasionally, or if they've got questions, they still, whether it's a text or a phone call, hey, Shalem, I need help, you know. And but yeah, those are two good dudes right there. So I just had to get that in there because we've kind of been doing that throughout the course of the different feeds across the center. So that's pretty cool.
Jordan's going to take a small lead heading into the 10th frame, but very tight match.
Well, you can't guarantee that yet.
I said going into the 10th frame.
She could actually be. She could be down by the time we get through the 10th frame. I'm just saying.
Not going into it.
In case you're keeping score at home.
That's a nice shot.
You like that?
Pretty good shot. I think she got a little worried there because I was looking at it. I was watching her off the break point. It looked like it was going to go a little bit longer than she anticipated, but came back, tickled the pocket, and boom, 10 down. So, from a competitive standpoint, and obviously you were hoping to advance a little bit further, have you walked down to look on the other side of that curtain yet?
No.
For the TV set? You're just gonna. Are you going to, or are you gonna say, you know what, next year I'm gonna get on those TV shows? That's what I'm gonna do. That's your target.
That next year.
Next year's gonna be the target. Okay, because it's pretty cool. You know, with we've got the CBS Sports Network set up. We're gonna record the shows for all the different finals. And this is a pretty cool environment with, set up, and you guys are spread out, and you're bowling your 2-game matches. But let me tell you, if you've never bowled on a TV set before, and I don't know that you have, it's pretty cool when you go in there and you're like, so this is what it looks like. But come later this afternoon when they flip on all those lights and it gets really bright over there, like, there's like 17 suns that come out.
How do you see when you bowl?
It's why do you think Pete Weber wears glasses? And that's the reason why he started wearing glasses way back in the day. And that's why he only wears them on TV. People are asking him the whole week, where's your sunglasses? Where's your sunglasses? He goes, I only wear them on TV. And it's because, depending on and actually really where it comes from is depending on the height of the bowling center, like this is a pretty high ceilings. There's some centers we're in where the ceilings are lower, and they're still using the same lights. So in some spots, depending on what angles and how tall you are, they're sometimes almost right in your eyes or right on the lane, so you get glares in different spots. So for PDW, that's why he wears the glasses to kind of blend all that out. And but yeah, if you get a chance to check it out, I don't know if you got your Survivor later tonight, but when we tape the show, it's going to be it's pretty cool whenever you get in that. And obviously, I've been exposed to that for a long time, dating back to the late 90s when I started my career on the PWBA tour. Back in the day when I used to drill balls and help the girls then, and now the PWBA is back. So let me ask you that. So the PWBA is back. Are you excited to look to that, or do you have aspirations of bowling out there at some point in time? Yes, all right. That's what I want to hear. And who's your favorite female bowler then? Do you have one, or?
Kelly Kulik.
Kelly Kulik, all right. That's it. By the way, she's pretty good.
Yes,
she's above average, especially when she beats the boys.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. I was actually there when she won the Tournament of Champions there in Vegas, and everybody thought that couldn't be done, and she did it, and she's like, yeah, I got this. I'm like, that's pretty impressive right there.
All right, Brianna, 205 to 214, close game.
I would have to say we have a pretty snug match going on right now.
Chris, you see anything ball reaction-wise on 49 and 50? You're actually the one in our booth that's got the straighter shot down lane.
Yeah, and like I said, both girls seem to be that actually moving in a little bit. They're both using pretty aggressive bowling balls with some texture on them. And I think it's one of those things, again, picking your poison and how you play it, whether you're using a stronger ball or a weaker ball. The vast majority, it seems to be that somewhat stronger ball with a little bit of surface. And the same thing, like I was saying earlier, down there when you walk in, the U20 boys, they're using anything from urethane all the way to the strongest balls with texture. You know, she's in wheeling on it, and that right there, not exactly probably her best shots, but it was still a pretty good pitch, and she's kind of circling a lane from that spot right there, Gary. So, you know, and then you go the other side of it. Brianna's a little bit straighter, a little bit more direct. So, again, as this match progresses in the second game, they're basically kind of creating traffic for each other. You know, so there's no, I wouldn't give anyone the advantage in this.
Got a good spare right there, Jordan.
So, so this morning for you, was it something you did? Did you freshen some surfaces, or did you kind of just go with what you had and kind of went with it, or?
Well, last night my parents scuffed my ball
Okay.
with an Avalon pad,
Okay.
but I didn't do it today, so.
All right. And looking back, do you think that would have maybe made a difference, ball reaction-wise, or you were just content with what you had and you're like, oh, it'll be a pretty good shape and I'm cool with it? Sorry to put you on the spot. It's kind of a trick question there.
In watching that match, it was really just lane 47. 48 you were money on. You just,
Okay.
She had 48 dialed in, and on 47, it crept a little high, and then it looked like at one point you made an adjustment to kind of open up the angle a little bit, and it just sailed on you. It never even hooked. So
Right.
I thought you bowled really good.
Thank you.
And so that's one of those things too that, and I don't know how experienced you are bowling tournaments and stuff. And Gary, you can go back to your tour days, and even happens now on the men's tour and ladies tour. Going across a bowling center, especially a bowling center this large, you're going to have certain lanes that play different. And in some cases, some of your better players, the guys on tour, the girls on tour, and Kelly's notorious for this. Like, hey, what do you think? What do you see? I think the right lane's this and the left lane's that. I think I want to go one ball in this lane and a different ball in this lane. And sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. But sometimes there's a distinct difference just in the characteristics of that lane bed. Nothing to do with condition or anything like that. So those are variables that as you get older and get more experience, you'll learn that.
Yeah, I wish I tried another ball
on
when I was in practice.
on a certain lane. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that could have helped out a little bit. Yeah. But we live and learn, and one of the guys we've had in the booth, our storm staffer, A.J. Johnson, won this event in 2012. One of the things that he learned after his first junior gold that he took into the second junior gold was he carried a notebook with him, and he made detailed notes about what he saw as he practiced and bowled on each pair in each bowling center. And that was in year 2. He did the same technique in year 3, and that was the year he won, was 2012 in Indy. So he felt like Chris is saying, you get in these really large bowling centers where, boy, it feels like one climate zone on the low end and a different one on the high end. And the humidity, it feels like you're just, hey, it's 75 degrees and sunny on lane 1, and it's overcast and rainy on lane 80.
Yeah.
You want to take note of that stuff because I think it changes how the oil transitions, how the approaches play.
And to shed a little bit more light on that too, Gary, is especially when you get a bowling center this big and talking to some of the locals and people at this center, obviously, like most centers, it was wood underneath. So even though it's pro lane on top, you still have the characteristics of the surface that was underneath that. So you do have, like a lot of league bowlers that bowl here, like all this place hooks. Well, Pro Am lane is a pretty tight lane surface, but it actually shouldn't hook. But because of the topography, and now you factor in that on top of, in most centers, especially this large, a lot of times the lanes were installed in different segments. So and I'm sure you've seen it in some different tournaments or leagues where you bowled that certain pairs play a certain way, and it's not based on anything else other than how they were installed or when they were installed, whether it was the same time or 6 months apart or 6 years apart. And those are all factors that start coming in. And then if you really want to get technical, you look at what we like to refer to as a lane install. You can actually look at the edges of the lane surface of the panels and see how they're screwed in the lane, and you actually see if lanes are tilted or set and different things. And those of us that, from the tour life, looking across the center, like the things that I would go through my routines as far as being a tour rep and trying to help our guys be prepared or girls. Like this install right here is pretty flat, pretty smooth, but there are some pairs I noticed through the house that do have some. You can actually see to the human, just with the human eye, there's some dips and little nuances and different things. And it's just one of those things that, as you get older and as you learn the different things, you kind of pick up on those stuff. And like Gary was saying, like, hey, not to mention, like you said, the HVAC. Once about a little bit like this right here, it's a little cool. But you go right there through the middle by the desk, there's not as much air conditioning blowing through, so the warmer climate, compared to a cooler climate, how that's blowing on the lane oil, that makes the lane play totally different.
Especially with all the crowds.
And honestly, right here, I wouldn't be surprised. And Gary, you've been sitting here this morning, but 47, 48, right here off the edge of the bar, I can feel the breeze on my back right now.
Yep.
So it could be the reason why the one lane played different than the other. It's just because of the air conditioning hitting it a certain way.
Those are all the little details that make this tournament amazing too, and the athletes that are competing in it, like yourself, you're commended on just grinding it out because it's hard.
Yeah.
You can't even. One of the things you would never even think about until you're here is, you get done bowling on your one pair, like in qualifying, then you're going to move and go to the next pair. Carrying your bowling balls to the next set of lanes is a nightmare almost, huh?
I have my dad take them down.
Dad takes them? Way to go, Dad.
She had a caddy. She's
Way to go. Shout out to Dad helping carry those balls. And that makes it easier for you.
Yeah.
Then what do? Go hang out and talk with friends?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good.
She had to, post to Facebook and check her Twitter and all that fun stuff. She's got obligations. She's not only bowling, but she's a superstar. So
That's right.
yeah,
I got to keep my fans updated.
absolutely.
Check in with my peeps.
And speaking of checking in, this match over here, we're still within what we got going on with the marks up. We're a 7-pin match, and it doesn't seem to be that either girl has a great look right now. We had some strikes and some clean frames before, but now we both have an open. Jordan actually hasn't thrown a strike yet this game.
And Brianna has had all 4 balls in the pocket.
Bowling on the wrong. Oh, no. Never mind.
She's good.
Yep, she's good.
Got a hook.
Whoa.
See, and that's one of the things that I've never trained my bowling ball to do. Like, she was waving her hand, like, get back to the pocket. Like,
was
every time I
doing
do that, my ball, like, misses the head pin. I'm like, hook. And it's like, boom, 3-pin in the face. Like, how? Obviously, I'm not a good trainer. I guess that's the problem.
Do you use that method,
Yes,
Angelica? You do?
sometimes.
The little wave it over?
Yes.
Yeah.
You like a little finger or like hand action or,
I do this.
yeah, the hand.
The whole wrist thing gets going. Like, come
Yeah.
on, wheel, ball, wheel.
And the 9 spare. Filling a frame.
So Brianna in the pocket every shot. She 10-pin in the first frame, and then the 5-7, Chris, on this right lane. You think she's going to make an adjustment with her speed just to get the ball to face up differently?
I would like to think so, but she's actually pretty firm with the ball.
Yeah, she's
so
firm.
I don't know if that's in her repertoire as far as making adjustments. And that one's still pretty firm.
She got
the rip rack and she
and a double.
kind of crossed it out there. I think based on what I've seen here just in these couple games and watching her a little bit last night, Brianna actually is one because she's more firm and direct. She's very good at shot making. She keeps her angles are pretty straight through the front.
Yep.
She has to repeat shots pretty well. She doesn't have that room for error as much as some of the other girls, like in comparison to like Jordan, who's a little bit softer off her hand, so she can leak it a little bit and it's going to come back.
Yeah.
So. And that is firm and online. And again, when you throw it that hard and straight and you start getting those deeper angles, it's tough to get the ball to face and go through the pins from that deep. So that's a tough spot.
Not much change direction down lane.
Yeah. And as you guys saw, the ball hit the 1-3 right there. It kind of bounced off and went right, as opposed to driving through and running over the 5-8. So. And in case of a bounce, she picks up the 1. So again, she's a little frustration set in, and again, it wasn't a bad shot. It's just
Yeah.
unfortunate that you didn't catch the break. So Jordan stuff here, kind of ball in hand to a degree. If she, fills the frame or gets a strike here, it closes that gap down even a little bit tighter. And
That looked good off her hand.
trip to 4.
Hey, can we segue a little bit, Angelica? I want to ask you a question.
Segue.
The PWBA has come back. Do you like women's professional bowling?
Yes.
Did you miss our conversation, Gary? We were talking about that earlier.
I wanted to talk about after you go to college and bowl.
oh.
Would you like to bowl on the women's tour?
Yes.
You would.
Yes.
That's cool. So in what's that? 10 years from now? 8 years?
Mhm.
You'll be done with college in 22-ish. That zone.
Yeah.
You're 15 or 16 now. 15.
15.
15. Okay. And then the women's tour. All right. Where Chris Schlemmer will then be your ball rep if you happen to bowl with our
I'll have to come back out of.
If you're a Storm Roto bowler.
Yeah, actually, I thought I was pseudo retired from the tour up thing, but I think the way it is, I'll just kind of be doing that forever.
I think it's good. You get to go out and help the girls, and that's where you kind of got your start in tour repping, right? Was with the ladies tour.
Well, actually, yeah, drilling balls on a ladies tour.
Yeah.
I kind of got into it, and we kept helping them, and then got into the tour up thing, and that's how my path kind of happened.
Chris has actually known my wife longer than I've known my wife.
Yeah.
Because he used to help her on the women's tour, and before we ever met, and so it's kind of funny. There's a few people. Del Ballard's known Leanne for ever.
Yeah, he's known. Yeah, been around longer than I have. But I met Leanne when I started out there in the late '90s. So yeah, it's there's a lot of bowlers. That's the funny part. Bowlers that have married bowlers that I know one of them longer than their spouse. And I go, how does that work? I'm like, well, when you've been around the industry for a while, you kind of know everybody.
So I'm glad to hear that the PWBA is in your future.
Yes.
We wish you well on that pursuit of getting out there.
So as Brianna steps here, another open frame. And that's going to have to push. Catches the break, only getting 9. And you can see frustration is set in. I don't know, frustration, agitation, a little bit of both. She's not, I wouldn't say exactly a happy camper at this point in time.
Yeah.
But again, we still have a few frames left. Anything can happen. And she's got to, pick up the spare here and see what the future holds. So, given your age, and have you thought about college yet? Have you looked into some schools or bowling programs, or is it you have a different career path that doesn't necessarily for scholarships in bowling, or what do you got going on?
Well, I have looked into some colleges, but I want to be a doctor, so.
Okay.
Weber.
So you're taking the easy route.
Yeah.
You're going to be a doctor. Go to
Not
school
necessarily.
What kind of doctor do you want to be?
Pediatrician.
All right.
Wow. So you remember how I was doing the math earlier and trying to figure, you'll be done with school when you're 22? No, forget that. Okay, you're going to be in school.
Check on another 8 years.
You're 30.
Yeah.
So good for you. That's nice to hear. And you were saying Weber. Do they have a program that you're interested in?
They're a business school, so I don't know about that anymore because I don't know what business I could do unless I make my own hospital or something like that.
Oh,
Make my own
my own hospital. I like it. So we have Jordan here, went through the face on the 4-7. We'll see if she converts it, and looks like she does. So she actually
got a little bit of a lead, huh?
Yeah, this match has flipped here in the last couple frames, so she extends the lead a little bit. But again, 2 frames to go. Just have to stay behind the foul line, fill some frames, and moving right along.
Well, that sounded easy, Chris, but I don't think it is.
Well, that's how Randy talks all the time. Whoever Randy's hosting with or whatever, when you're watching TV shows, just has to do this, this, and this, and all of a sudden it's like boom, gutter ball, or 4-4, or whatever. So
the lanes are so tough that, man.
Yeah,
weird
and
things happen.
as we get Ryan chiming in here on the feed, yes, just fill frames. That's the key.
So there you have it right here. She leaves the 258. Is that a spare that you want to shoot on this?
No,
No.
I myself would have a hard time actually
I'd go for one.
hitting the. Well,
I'd go for
like Chad said, his words of encouragement and the logic last night, like he tells kids and parents, make sure you hit the one in the front, and that's really how it goes.
Oh.
And there it is, the chop. The pattern looks like Corey chiming in here. We're actually on the 40-foot Athens pattern, if that helps anybody out there at home. So there you go with an open frame in the 9th. There's still a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel with 2 frames to play. 9th and 10th, as we like to refer to the foundation frame here for Brianna. So we'll see
if the defending champion can dig deep
and that is a tough shot. Like I said, I think the frustration set in there in the 6th, and she kind of hasn't rebounded back off of it. And this is another spare area that I would not want to pick on
I don't
any
want to
condition.
shoot the 3-9.
Yeah, on any condition.
No.
Not even a league condition.
I think I left this like 4 times. I only got one.
You made it once?
You
Yeah.
made it once. So in other words, when you go home, you're gonna go to the center and like, hey, can I practice 3-9?
Yeah.
Like for an hour. And she runs it down like it was her job. So it was a pretty easy shot for her right there. So you got the Survivor tournament tonight. In the future plans here coming up the next few months, do you have junior tournaments to bowl, or you got taking the summer off? You got then get ready for a winter league, or what do you got going on?
Well, I'm bowling like a doubles league right now,
Okay.
but I have the combine, the ITRC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when is that? That's
It's
coming
in
up.
August.
Okay. Gotcha.
And
Are you excited about that? Kind of, sort of, not really.
Not really, because I
Well-
wanted to lay off, but I gotta practice still for that.
Okay.
You're going to take some time off after this, but you can't.
Yeah.
So you're not going to.
No.
But she's not going to.
You're going to have to do schoolwork as well, because
I
to be a
forgot.
doctor, yeah.
So
You're
maybe
probably
you can
kinda
fill us in.
smart.
I know we're just about out of time here, as we're already finishing the 10th. But the combine, can you give us a little tidbit on that? What is the details of the combine? Do you know much about it? Like, I've heard about it. I just don't know exactly formats and stuff like that. So
I haven't been before, but
Okay.
it's basically you bowl, and then I guess like college scouts come out and watch you.
okay,
But it's not like only bowling. You have to run for 12 minutes.
run.
Yeah.
Gary, she said run.
Yes.
Okay. Like RUN, like run.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if can me and Gary walk? Because we're not exactly. If you can tell by our physiques, we're not exactly into running anywhere.
Well, and then you run, and then you do how many push-ups and sit-ups you can do in 2
Okay.
minutes.
So this is like the NFL combine for bowling.
Yeah.
Wow, like they're checking your physical attributes and stuff like that, as well as your mental. And okay, that's pretty cool. And when is that again? That's early August or mid-August or
Early August.
early August? Okay, so that's only a couple weeks away.
Yeah, I know.
I know. So you're gonna definitely have to get a lot more sleep. Is what you're saying. As
Yes.
you're like, what are you doing today? I need to sleep before I go pull a Survivor tonight. So she's gonna have to get a lot more sleep in there.
What are the exact dates of that? Do you know?
I think
Oh, she's looking over for Dad. I don't know.
I think
See if we
it's
can get the folks in to get the answer exactly.
I think it's like August 5th through 7th or something like that.
Okay. And so as we
What date are the combine?
wind down here,
What's the date of my combine?
Brianna shoots 373. We've got
4
380.
through 6.
Jordan's got
August,
381. Spare up, gonna try a different ball here on the fill. Looks like she goes to an uproar, and that was a pretty good shot too. Something a little bit cleaner and straighter as the lanes transition a little bit, and the match is over. So moving along.
Congratulations to Jordan. And
Congrats to
Brianna
Jordan,
is not
and-
out of
and-
this. That's just her first loss.
Okay, and
Oh.
congrats to
So
Brianna.
yeah,
She's still alive, and
She's still alive, going on. So
perfect. Okay.
That's good.
Absolutely.
So you said the combine's the 4th through the 6th. Okay. So a couple of days are gonna make you guys run and do push-ups and
Well, I have no problem with running.
take tests and stuff. And
But
all right.
oh yeah, and then like because you run on a treadmill and like whoever gets the most distance, you get points for everything you get.
Okay.
So I guess like the person with the most points is.
Okay. That's cool.
Now, is 1 point good? Like, if I was to go and do it and I got 1 point, would I be highly sought after from a college
Yeah.
I
coach?
don't think
Do you
so.
still have eligibility, Gary?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you could
do you
go
have
back.
a senior campus?
You could, I'm thinking of that movie Back to School. You could you could go back to school for the whole bowling part of it. So you go back and do the combine part and see if you can get selected by a college. What do you think? Gary's got a chance?
Oh,
Maybe, possibly.
I'm in it.
Yeah.
I'm in it to win it.
Nice.
Angelica, I want to thank you for stopping by and hanging out with Chris and I today. And
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Congratulations on a great tournament this week. Good luck at the Survivor tournament when you
Thank
head
you.
over there tonight. And then good luck at the combine.
Thank you.
All right. Take care now.
Take care and have fun.
Too.
Chris, we're going to take a little break in the action.
Beautiful.
Be back shortly to call the next set of matches.
Perfect.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the 2015 Junior Gold Championships. I am PBA Hall of Famer Randy Peterson, rejoining you. We are down to 6 players in the U15 and the U20 division. On the left lane, starting on lane 47, is Brogan Zengel from Centerville, Ohio. Oh, nice shot, not a good break. This is the elimination round. Players that win this match will move on. The losers will be eliminated. And a nice opening shot by Shanoa Rhodes from Lafayette. And a good spare for Brogan. Now on the right lane, lane 50, the U20 division is Sydney Brummett from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Oh, good-looking shot there. A little flat 10. And on the right lane, on our left pair, lane 48, is Tommy White from Reno, Nevada. Players are competing on the Athens oil pattern, 40 feet in length. And it's clean frames across the board for all 4 of our athletes as we are just underway. Remember, it's a 2-game total pin match. 6 players left in both the U15 and the U20 divisions. And coming up just a little bit light, Sydney Brummett on lane 49. Now Tommy White, left lane. Oh, unlucky. Goes through the nose, leaving the 6-7 split. She'll move cross lane and try to slide the 6-pin over into the 7. This tournament started with almost 3,200 competitors. And we are down to our final 12 athletes in the girls division. And it'll be an open frame early on for Tommy White. 2-game total pin matches. Shanoa Rhodes, hit him thin, watch him spin. Nice mixer for Shanoa. That is a early double for her. All right, Brogan Zengel on lane 48, goes through the nose. She does not split, only leaving the 6-10. And now Shanoa stepping up on lane 49, looking for a 3-bagger. Goes high, leaving the 3-10. And Brogan, no trouble with the 6-10 conversion. Let's see if Shanoa can convert the baby split here on lane 49. Nicely done. We always talk about how important filling frames is and spare conversions and making baby splits. Boy, that really keeps you in these matches, especially when the scores are low and the lane conditions are tough. Brogan comes in light on lane 47, leaving the 3-7 split. Trying to avoid an open frame. She's got an early lead. See if she can slide the 3 over into the 7. Good try. Sydney Brummett on lane 50. And a nice spare conversion there. She's clean through 3 frames. Now it's Tommy White, lane 48. Great balance at the foul line. Ball comes in just a little light, leaving the 2-pin. So important to get off to a quick start in a 2-game match. Build an early lead for yourself going into the second game. That frees that arm swing up. Now Sydney Brummett playing a little bit deeper than the other players. She's in between 3rd and 4th arrow. Oh, good shot, bad result. Sydney Brummett from Fort Wayne, Indiana. And another spare conversion for Tommy White. Still looking for her first strike of the match. Now Sydney cross lane at the 10-pin. Changes bowling balls, goes to a plastic spare ball. Great idea for you folks tuning in, watching this. Very important to have a spare ball. The spare ball doesn't read the oil pattern. Look out. All right. Nicely done. So it's all spares for Sydney Brummett and the first strike of the match in the U15 for Tommy White out of Reno, Nevada. Shanoa Rhodes steps up on lane 50, the U20 division. She had an early double, working on 8 spare. Great balance, great form, and not a good result. Pocket 8-10. She liked it off her hand, too. All right, first strike of the match for Brogan Zengel. Only trailing by 2 pins halfway, or almost halfway through this game 1 of the 2-game total pin match. And it's an open frame for Shanoa Rhodes. Her lead, well, just like that, vanished. She's now trailing by 1 pin through 4 frames in the U20 match. Four, 7, 8. Ooh. Shanoa Rhodes on the left lane. Nice break. Getting the 10 out late, only leaving the 2-pin. Leaves herself with an easy spare attempt. Brogan Zengel's got a little work to do, though. Well done. All right, good spare there for Shanoa Rhodes. She doesn't go to a spare ball. She uses her strike ball and just kind of flattens it out a little bit. Norm Duke on our tour does the same thing. He doesn't like going to a different bowling ball. He'll throw a strike ball, flatten that wrist out, and make it roll end over end, and it's just as effective, but it takes a lot of practice. Good-looking shot here. Oh, yeah, shreds the rack, and it's a double for Tommy White. Going high on the right lane, lane 50, is Sydney Brummett. No split, just the 3-6. She converts here. She will have 5 spares through 5 frames. Still looking for her first strike. Great shot by Tommy White, and that's a 3-bagger, folks. And it's still clean through 5 frames for Sydney Brummett. She now trails by 1 pin in that match. Now, Brogan Zengel stepping up on lane 48 needs to start striking. Hold on. All right, nice break, just leaving the 2 pin, no 7 pin, so easy spare coming up for her. Now, Cindy Brummett looking for her first strike of the match. Oh. Disaster. 4, 6, 7. Big open frame there in the 6 for Sydney. She's now trailing by 15 in that match. Brogan stepping up on lane 47 now. She's looking for the strike train. Nice. Shanoa Rhodes leaving the 2 pin. Remember last time on lane 50, she left the pocket 8-10. Looking to get that bowling ball of hers to hook up just a little bit stronger into the pocket. Could be as simple as just maybe reducing ball speed. You know what? And I was wrong. She does have a spare ball. She's going to it right now. Kind of looked like her strike ball. Color pattern's kind of the same, but it's definitely a spare ball, plastic spare ball. When I first started on tour, I was a terrible spare shooter. And I'd miss a check by 10 pins, 20 pins, 30 pins, and I'd look back over 18 games and I'd say, well, how many spares did I miss? Look out, look out. Oh, that's a big mistake, especially working on a 3-bagger and a relatively easy spare attempt at the 1-2. So I would go back and I would look and I'd say, wow, I missed 8 spares. Well, that's 88 pins minimum. So I started working on my spare game. Come off the tour, I'd go home and I'd start working on a spare game, throwing the ball straight at all my spares. And the next thing you know, I'd missed 1 or 2 spares in 18 games. Guess what? Instead of missing checks, I started getting checks and then making match play. And it was all directly related to having a very strong spare game. Shanoa Rhodes has a very nice spare game. If you watch the greatest players on both the men's and women's tour, they all have extremely strong spare games. And you have to have it. Because if you're not striking, guess what you're doing? You're shooting a lot of spares. Brogan can get right back in this match with a strike here. Oh, left herself with the 2, 7, 8. Very, very tough because of that back pin, the 8 pin. She's going to have to throw a hook ball in this to make this. Oh, my. She hits the 3 and the 8, or excuse me, the 2 and the 8 straight on, and it throws a pin over into the 7, and she converts. That was a huge, huge hit for her. And now Cindy, finally her first strike of the match. Getting instructions from the back. With a strike here, she can pull to within 1 pin. We have a 7-pin match on our U15 division. Brogan misses a head pin, loses 3 pins in count. But still, tight matches early on. Great shot there by Sydney Brummett of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Pulls to within 1 pin of Shanoa Rhodes, stepping up on the right lane. And a costly open frame right there for Brogan. Needs to hook for Tommy. Doesn't quite get up to the head pin. Shanoa Rhodes, her spare game, getting tested here. Nicely done. Her only open frame coming in the fourth, which was a pocket split. So again, her spare game keeping her in this match. Hang on. Back-to-back open frames for Tommy White on the right lane. And I hate to use the cliche, but talk about a seesaw battle. Okay, I used it. Shanoa Rhodes right now really struggling with her ball reaction on both lanes. If she gives it a little room to the right, the ball doesn't get up to the pocket. And if she gets too direct, it doesn't hold its line. And again, her spare game keeping her in it. Tommy White struggling now last couple of frames, having trouble hitting the head pin. A spare here, she'll be in the 170s. Sydney Brummett on the right lane working on a double. She strikes out. She could really distance herself. Huge break crossing over with the Brooklyn, turning it into a three-bagger. Tommy White got a nice break, converting that spare. With a strike here, she'll shoot 177. But Brogan Zengel can strike out to shoot 178. All right, there it is, 177 for Tommy White. Beautiful shot, taking advantage of the nice break of the crossover, turns it into a four-bagger. If she doesn't strike in the ninth, it's just a double and then a strike. That's how huge that break was when she crossed over for the Brooklyn. She can strike out for 220. The best Shanoa Rhodes can shoot right now, 195. Oh, no. It's going to be back-to-back open frames unless Brogan can somehow convert the 4-6 split. Oh, got that one up the lane, and it held. Trips the 4-pin. Now it's a 5-bagger. Open frame for Brogan. She shoots 157. Tommy White's going to take a 20-pin lead going into Game 2 in the U15 division. Now Sydney Brummett with a strike here will shoot 220. Boy, she made some great shots and took advantage of that crossover strike in the ninth frame. She shoots 219 and a great start for Sydney Brummett out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Oh, no. Terrible break. Whoa, Chanel Rhodes running it out, baby. She's like, hey, I'm not going anywhere. She strikes out. She will be down by 24 pins going into game 2. Great break there. And just the fact that she moved in the 10th frame, knowing that she didn't have anything out or going real direct up second arrow, she moved in, catches a double. This is going to give her some good momentum and some good mojo heading into the second game. Nice shot there by Brogan. She's got 20 pins to make up. Best way to make it up, throw strikes. She got that one wide. Chanel is going to shoot 192. She is going to trail by 27 going into game 2. She's got to get her striking shoes on. Sydney Brummett is lined up, making great shots, playing in. She hooks it. She's got a nice line to the pocket. She's going to be a handful. That needs to hook. Welcome back to the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships here just outside of Chicago. Getting ready to start the U20 and U15 match play finals. We're down to 4 players left in each division. Undefeated Emily Schrader, just outside of Chicago, up on lane 49. She is undefeated. Remember, this is 2-game total pin matches. If Emily were to somehow lose the first match, we would go to a round 7. Lane 47, you see the first shot by Sierra Kanemoto. She, too, is also undefeated in the U20 division. Nice spare. Good start for Emily Schrader. Oh, great strike there for Emma Elfrank. And a nice cover on the spare for Sierra. Special thanks to Storm, the Bowlers Company, for their sponsorship of this great tournament. Almost 3,200 athletes participated this week. Great tournament, great bowlers, demanding oil patterns, some good scores, and we are down to the final 4. This stage in the game, you've got to factor in the nerves. It's all about making spares, keeping the ball in play, and filling frames. Strikes are hard to come by. Nice spare there by Emily. Kind of a home game for her. Now, Sierra Kanemoto from Dayton, Ohio on lane 48. Asking for it to hold off. You could see the hand gesture there. Not bad shot, leaving a 4-pin. Nice shot, Emily Schrader. Strike on lane 49. Sierra covers the 4-pin, no problem. Clean through 2 frames. Sydney Brummett, her opponent, striking the first. Missed a 10-pin in the second. Emma Elfrank shooting the 2-pin on lane 50. And good cover. Both Sierra Kanemoto and Emily Schrader undefeated. If they were to win this match, they would advance to the TV finals on CBS Sports Network. Sierra drifting high, but no split. Oh, nice shot. Emma is going with the nice direct straight shot to the 1-3 pocket. A lot of ball speed. And now it's Emily Schrader's turn on lane 50, working on a strike. Oh, almost crossing over and getting the good break. And no problem there for Sierra. Up next on lane 48 will be Sydney Brummett from Fort Wayne, Indiana, coached by my good friend Jeff Dreyfus. He's been coaching her for about 9 years now. Jeff, you've done a pretty nice job. I'm proud of you. Jeff Dreyfus, a great bowler in his own right. That's a good shot. Nice little Wally there. Catches that mixer for a strike. And she's perfect on the right lane. Now looking to strike on the left lane. And here's Emily Schrader. Great shot there. Wow. Good stuff. Nice ball roll. Keeps her hand underneath it and behind it. Rolled that one right into the 1-3 perfectly. Well, and you see that so often, especially on a flat pattern. Player throws a good shot. The ball barely gets back to the pocket, and the mind tells the brain on the next shot, be careful, don't throw it right. What happens? You miss left. And great shot there on the right lane by Emma Elfrank. She now has a double, and she's pulled it within 1 pin of Emily Schrader. All right, and it's a mark in the fourth for Sydney. Now Emma Elfrank looking for a three-bagger. Oh, unlucky. Bad break. 7-pin tried to go down but doesn't. And that's not what you want to do after throwing a double, giving your opponent another opening. See if she can slide the 6 over into the 7. Good shot there. Sierra Kanemoto with her first strike of this game. She's got a 10-pin lead. Oh, good try. Oh, and a good shot there by Emily, just leaving the soft 10. Again, spare conversions, spare shooting, so important, especially at this stage of the tournament. Oh, nice shot. Sierra increasing her lead with a nice double. Very nice, Emily. Great 10-pin conversion there. She remains clean through 6 frames. No open frames for Emily. And now Sydney Brummett on lane 48. She's looking to get on back on that gravy train with biscuit wheels. She needs to start striking. Oh, that was a good shot. Not a great result, but a really nice pitch right there. It's all right. Just the 2-pin left for Emily. All right, and joining me once again in the booth, the president of Storm Bowling Products, my good friend, Mr. Dave Sims. Dave, thanks for keeping me company.
My pleasure, Randy.
What are you seeing out there?
Well, I'm seeing I think a few nerves right now early on. That was a good stroke there.
She's got a really nice game, Sydney does, and very well coached. I know her coach, and Jeff Dreyfus used to bowl on tour. You know, I think a lot of people, they hear our slogan, you know, they hear it, we're the bowlers company, but I don't think a lot of them really truly understand what that means a lot. And I'd like for you to kind of take us through a little bit of your bowling background.
Well, Randy, you know, I started bowling when I was just a kid, 8 years old. Actually, I joined my first AJBC bowling league, and yeah, I fell in love with the sport. And when I was old enough to get a job, I went to work in the bowling center and worked my way all through school and, you know, bowled locally and regionally competitive. I never really bowled nationally other than I did have an opportunity to bowl in the U.S. National Amateur Championships back in the early 90s and made Team USA even one year. So that's really kind of the extent of my bowling career. You know, I always bowled amateur and, like I say, local and regional, but I love bowling. I love competitive bowling, and this is pretty exciting to me down here right now.
I mean, I just think that speaks volumes when the president of the company was a former member of Team USA. That's a pretty big accomplishment.
Well, thanks, Randy. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time there. I learned a lot. I learned a lot with Coach Borden and Coach Vatican and Coach Edwards.
You know, the thing that I loved most about Coach Fred Borden, and I worked with him a lot throughout my professional career, the thing that I think made him so special was even if you weren't maybe physically on top, he always made you feel like you were mentally on top. He was the best motivator and really truly got you to believe in yourself and also believe in what you were doing physically. He was a great communicator and a great coach.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. You know, Fred was he was extremely passionate, and when he started talking about getting you up for the match, I mean, you could feel the adrenaline coming out of him. Like
his way, his style, his way of conveying the information to the students, I believe was the best in the business, and he was just tremendous at that. Bad misspare there by Sierra Kanemoto because she has control of game one, and now with that open, she just let Sydney back in this game. Sydney can throw 2 strikes here in the 7th and 8th and actually take the lead.
Yep. Very good shot there.
What a great shot. And here we have Emily Schrader on lane 49, and she's clean through 9 frames, and the difference in this match is her spare shooting.
Yeah, she stayed out of trouble, and you know, a lot of 9 spares up there when you're hitting the head pin and only leaving single pins up there. It makes it a little easier, although that was a tougher spare, that 5 count.
And good shot there by Emma Elfrank. She can strike out to shoot 200. Emily can strike out for 208. Big shot here. How about it?
Great shot by Sydney.
Can you feel a little shift in the momentum there, Dave? I know I did.
I think you can see it. Let's see how Sierra reacts to that.
And you know, back when you bowled competitively, and the same for myself, this is the moment. This is what you live for. And it's like, all right, can I step up? Can I step up and make the shots? And then when you do, the feeling afterwards is incredible. It's really hard to describe. Good stuff, though, going on right now. Real tight matches early on. Emma just doubled up. She's getting real close to pulling even in that match.
Let's get up in there.
Wow.
Pretty good response.
Yes. She's got that nice soft ball speed and that ball rotation. She can get it right a little bit and get it to come back.
Yeah. That's that speed to rev rate. She's got it matched up pretty good right now.
How about Emma's comeback here?
Fantastic finish.
She's going to be in the 2-0s with a strike and the high 190s depending on count.
Yeah. Right back in the match.
Right back in it. Even with 2 open frames, she had a double and a 3-bagger now. This is what makes it so fun for me in doing my job, is watching the athletes and how they handle the pressure. Look at that. What a great finish.
Great finish.
You know, Dave, in all the teachings in the clinics and in lessons that I give around the world, oh, there's a nice break. We talk about pressure, and I explain to my students that pressure is what makes it fun. Without pressure, there's no meaning.
Yeah.
And so when you start to feel pressure, that's when you should start to get really excited about what you're doing. You know, that's when it really becomes fun.
Yeah, it's how you handle that pressure.
You're exactly right.
And you know, one thing that I learned. Oh.
That looked like a much better shot than that.
Yeah, 2-8-10.
You know, some players in all sports shy away from pressure. And other, you know, your top athletes, they want it. They love the limelight. They want the ball in their hand with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. They want to take the last shot for the team. And your top stars, they want to have a chance to beat you in the 10th frame.
Emily Schrader with a nice clean game over here. She fills this frame up. She's got 196. Okay. 193 for Emily. Close match over there, Emma and Emily.
So Emily heading into game 2, -7. And a huge open frame for Sydney Brummett in the 9th. Game changer. Another Brooklyn strike. See if she can capitalize. She needs to try to double up here and keep it close.
She set that ball down a little short. She was a little tentative, I think, after the 2-8-10.
You know, and I said that early on because she went light in the first frame and then went on over the left lane. Or excuse me, she went light in the third. I believe it was the third frame. Carried that light mixer and then goes over to the left lane and pulls it. And the tendency is you make a good shot and you get a little bit right and the ball doesn't quite make it back. Your brain goes, man, I don't have an inch to the right. So what happens? You lock up. You don't want to throw it to the right. You end up pulling it.
That was a good ball.
Yeah, real good pitch. She knows how to bowl. She knows how to make adjustments. She knows how to make the moves. Now for her, it's just all about execution.
Good ball by Elfrink there. Leaving that half 10.
All right, good finish. 200 for Sydney Brummett from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Emma's been really good at keeping the ball on line and keeping it around the pocket. She avoids those 2 open frames. She's got a big lead. You know, I see it all the time. You see it all the time. When the scores are low, when the lanes are tough, ultimately it boils down to spare shooting. Staying out of trouble, avoiding splits, keeping the ball in play, hitting the pocket, and making your spares.
Yep, try and catch a double here and there, but make your spares.
Absolutely. Catch a double in a 3-bagger, you make all your spares. Guess what? You just shot 220.
Yep.
Nice shot.
Great ball.
Yep. Both playing about the same part of the lane with a little bit different ball speeds. Emma much faster. Emily a little bit slower with a little bit more roll and a little bit more motion down lane.
Yeah, and she's a little right of Emma. Emily is. A little more surface on the ball.
Is that an IQ Nano she's throwing?
It looks like it. A pretty good shot there, too.
Boy, but she could have struck out to shoot 234. And going up 34 pins versus 13 if she spare strikes, big difference. Again, Sierra Kanemoto is the undefeated player in the U20 division, and Emily Schrader, the undefeated player in the U15 division. These two players, if they were to win their matches, would move on to the TV finals on CBS Sports Network. You're going to be there for that show, aren't you, Pards?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't miss it.
You, Mr. Chrisman, Mrs. Chrisman. Storm Nation well represented here this week. Do you have a total count as to how many total staffers, employees, all the bodies from Storm? Do you have a total head count of how many we had this week at one time?
I think at one point we had 18 here.
Wow.
At one point for, early on in the week when we had the big crowds and the super matchmaker.
That's a lot of bodies.
Yeah, and then I really want to shout out to and thank all the regional staff in the area too for coming out and helping us. We really appreciate their help and their willingness to get involved with this stuff. We have a great staff and we appreciate them a lot.
I think for the matchmaker, Dave, we had 5 stations. Was it 5 or 6 stations that we had?
5.
We had 5 stations, and each station was represented by one of our regional sales managers and then their staffers. And I think each regional sales manager had at least 4 to 5 staffers helping.
Yeah.
You're talking a good 25, 26 people, not counting myself, Hank, Ernest, Matt, Gary Holzenberg, Victor.
Cost. Yeah, Victor.
Dave Cost. So just for the matchmaker alone, we had over 30 bodies.
Yeah, and I understand it was barely enough.
All right, folks, joining us in the booth here, very special guest with Dave and I, one of the owners of Storm, Barbara Chrisman. Barbara, welcome.
Well, hi.
Hi, Barb.
Hi, Dave.
How's it going?
It's going.
You've been on kind of a whirlwind tour. You just came back from Sacramento watching the PWBA out there, and then maybe home for 24 hours, back on a plane here for Junior Gold. What have you seen so far, and what really impresses you about these young ladies?
Well, we've got a whole new group of people and women coming up, and I'm just amazed at the Sacramento Storm bowling first PWBA event in forever. That the quality of bowling and the classiness of the ladies and the excitement, and then to come to the juniors and see that we've got that same level and that same next group of women coming up into the professional world. I'm just ecstatic that the PWBA is back.
From a from a company standpoint, and we're in the business of selling bowling balls, and obviously there's so much more that goes into that and what we do, and the sponsorship of tournaments and the staff and the money that we give back to the sport. But just looking at it from the bowler's company, I mean, I would think that you guys have to be pretty excited, Dave and Barbara and Bill. You have to be pretty excited about what you see in terms of where we're going. Do you both, and I'll start with you first, Dave, and then Barbara second, but do you two feel like we're kind of on the upswing now? I mean, we struggle, the industry struggled for a long time. Do you feel like we're kind of maybe made the turn that corner and we're on the upswing?
I do, Randy. I'm very optimistic about the future, and coming out here even, that reaffirms the feeling for me.
Barbara, your thoughts?
I concur with Dave, and I was actually just talking to Chad Murphy, Executive Director of the USBC, and saying that what I saw in Sacramento and what I see here is that this is the next era of bowling, and that right now none of the big sponsors and the major sponsors want to be involved because we don't have the right demographics. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and Johnson & Johnson and Firestone and all those guys, come on, you better start looking, because we've got a big group of those young kids in the pipeline that are going to be, I think that the sponsorship is going to be available, because I think that the industry has relied on just within the industry to promote. And there's only so much that Storm can do. There's only so much that the industry can do we just have limited resources and limited funds to where we just can't do everything that we would really love to do. Now, Bill and I would, yes, we are in the market to sell bowling balls, and that's what we do. But, you got to realize that I was a bowler before I was a bowling ball company owner.
I understand. For me, I'm excited for the future for one simple reason. Prior to coming here, it was the introduction of the new PWBA.
Yeah.
And when you when you see something like that happening, that tells me that A, that there's a demand for it, B, that you actually have somebody putting some money behind it. And so and then also, any bowling on television is good for the sport, right? So here we have the women's tour, and albeit, it's not a 30-week tour, but it is a start. And then we come here to Junior Gold, and you witness what's going on here. These gals that we're watching right now, these athletes right now in front of us, guess what? 4 or 5 years from now, they may have a really nice tour to go to. That's just going to filter into the men's tour. The young men that are down there bowling right now and competing down on the low end of the house, now they have something bigger and better to strive for, something that could be very lucrative in the future. So I totally agree with you, Barbara. We have to get outside help. We have to get big corporate sponsors that would walk in here and see this and go, holy cow, this is pretty cool. This is good stuff.
Right.
I don't know of any golf tournament where you can walk into a golf tournament and see 3,200 competitors.
Right.
I mean, it just doesn't happen. And the problem that we've always faced when talking about corporate sponsorship is the fact that, well, why doesn't Walmart sponsor the tour? Or why doesn't Pizza Hut sponsor the tour? Great demographics. It fits our people, blah, blah, blah. Well, the problem is the CEO of Walmart and the CEO of Pizza Hut, they don't bowl. They belong to the country club. And so they put their money into the PGA Tour. Well, you know what? We need to change that. And if we could get everybody on the same page and use our mass numbers to attract those outside corporate sponsors, we have a chance.
Yeah. Everybody you talk to, though, just about says, oh, I used to bowl. Oh,
right?
I used to bowl.
Right? I used to bowl. When I was a kid, I bowled a league. You hear it everywhere.
My mom bowled.
Your mom bowled?
Yeah, or my grandma, or everybody has a connection to it at one way or another,
Yep.
There's a good spare by Emma right there.
Let's give them a quick update right now on this on the matches right in front of us. The under 15 match is on lanes 49 and 50. Emma Elfrank, Emily Schrader. Emily is currently undefeated, but right now trailing in this match by 5. She lost game 1 by 7, so she's down 12. The under 20 match on 47 and 8, Sydney Brummett taking on Sierra Kanemoto. I can't remember what Sierra bowled was. Was it 213 or 215?
I think it was 212 for Sierra and 200 even for Sydney.
So it was 212, so it's a 12-pin deficit for Sydney.
Yeah.
What did Sierra bowl the first game? 212 or 213? 212, thank you.
12.
So 12-pin deficit for Sydney after game 1. Emily Schrader down by 7 after game 1. Emily right now needs a strike on that right lane to get back in this. Otherwise, they're going to go to match number 7, I believe.
Sydney can. She's less than a mark behind right now. Oh.
Same look on that right lane. That right lane looks like if you don't really catch it with the right speed, it's going to hang.
Oh.
That was a bad break.
Well, some tough leaves, you know, and Barbara, Dave, and I were talking a little bit earlier about when you bowl on a tough oil pattern, you know, it's vital.
I cry.
It's listen, I don't have much fun bowling on this stuff. I'm kind of that guy that would like a little hold and swing. But, you know, we see this flat oil pattern from time to time, and it's difficult. And so you try to keep your mark or your target a little bit more in front of you. And you try to hit the head pin with every shot. Now, that sounds kind of goofy, but think about it. If I hit the head pin every shot on a really tough oil pattern, let's say it's flat, U.S. Open, whatever. If I'm hitting the head pin every ball, I'm going to stay away from that 5-count washout. I'm going to stay away from the washouts. I might split every now and then, but I'm going to give myself a chance to strike, and I'm going to give myself an opportunity to leave spares that I can actually make. There's another washout. Back-to-back washouts for Emily Schrader. And this match on the right lane, the under 15 matchup, is looking more and more like we're going to go to another 2-game total pin match. And remember, folks, the winner advances to the TV finals. Could you imagine bowling on TV when you were like 15?
No.
That would have been sick.
That would have been cool.
I probably
Right?
had more chance of bowling on TV when I was 15 and a good bowler than now that I'm an old, crippled bowler.
You still bowl, though.
I do.
Yeah, you don't you bowl the nationals?
I bowl the women's nationals
Yeah.
every year.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, and that's another thing that it's amazing to me that I think it just takes one person. There's me and I had a we used to get 2 5-man teams to go to women's, and then the women's tournament, and then they dropped down to only having 4 bowlers on per team, and they says, oh, that's going to kill you. Then, you know, you're just going to bring less bowlers. Well, what am I going to do with my other 2? I had 10, and now I'm only supposed to bring 8. So
Right.
we went and got 2 more.
Made another
Well,
team.
we had so much fun, and we had to get a sub, so somebody came and bowled, and now we got to go pick up 3 more because now we're getting.
Maybe it
we're
wasn't
gonna have
such a bad
16.
idea, right? Did they know what they were doing when they did that? Hey, let's see. We've got 2 teams of 10. So we have 10 bowlers. Oh, but now we're going to reduce it to 8. So now you got to find 2 more. Boom, there's another team and 2 more bowlers.
Well, everybody was saying, oh, nay, those 2 will just drop out. We
Right.
don't have any.
Yeah?
But the girls that I'm going with, and they're younger bowlers, and they're going, yeah, let's go. And as a matter of fact, I was just golfing the other day and talking about bowling and short season leagues and only making the commitment for 12 weeks. And 2 people in my foursome said that haven't bowled in 10 years said, I'll join that league, you know. So I've picked up 2 more bowlers to come bowl.
I've always thought that a short season league was a great idea.
Yeah, at Storm we have a company league, and what we do is we bowl 2 10-week halves. And so we start in September, and then we finish up just before Thanksgiving. We take the holidays off. We come back. We bowl another 10 weeks in the winter. January, February. Finish up early March. We're ready to get outside by then. And the world has changed, and there's not as many people I think willing to commit to 33 weeks or 35
Sure.
weeks. But I think you just have to sell it to them a little bit different.
I agree.
And it's a great sport. It's a lifetime sport.
Yep.
That's what makes this so exciting is these athletes here, they're going to be competitive for a lifetime doing this.
I think you're spot on. I think there's a bunch of bowlers out there that would still really like to bowl league that maybe dropped out of league and they miss bowling league. They just can't commit to 35 weeks.
Well, when I was in Sacramento, I took a little side trip and went and saw my sister and Loretta, and she said, "You guys seem like you have so much fun at nationals. I want to join a league because I want to go play nationals with you." But she's going, "I went to check. It was 36 weeks."
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This match here is over. Emily Schrader and Emma Elfrank are going to go to another 2-game total pin match. All right, so Barbara, Dave, I'm going to ask you both this question. I'm going to start with you, Barbara. If you could be reincarnated and come back as any professional bowler, male or female, who would it be?
I'm not going there.
No, isn't there? Don't you have a pro that you just love the way they bowl? You love their style. You know, there's like if you could bowl like them, you could be them. Who would it be?
I love the way Pete Weber
There you
throws
go.
the ball off his hand.
There you go.
I love that when that hand turns into a star and it's just,
Fingers pointing to the sky.
yeah. But then there's all the ladies.
No, that's-
and they, they're.
That's okay. I think that's a great choice. Dave, what about you? Who'd you come back as?
Leanne Barrett. No.
I admire Leanne. Leanne has a great game. When I was in my 20s, they did a video with Petraglia and Holman called Bowling Vision, wasn't it? Or
Cyber Vision.
Cyber Vision.
Yep.
Cyber Vision Bowling. And, of course, Marshall Holman was an idol of mine, and he was in our region. And I watched that Cyber Vision tape one day working the counter at one of the bowling centers where I was working on a Saturday. And after watching that, I went and bowled in a tournament, and I bowled 299 and 300 in the same day.
Wow.
And so I would come back as Marshall Holman because he was the man when I was coming up.
Well, then maybe I want to be Dick Weber too, or then I.
Everybody wants to be Dick Weber.
Yeah, but I would want to be Dick Weber not for his bowling.
Because of his nice guy. Yeah.
It would be for his
ambassadorship.
His aura, his personality, and him being the greatest ambassador of the sport.
I'll never forget when we were first starting to make bowling balls. So it was 29 years ago, that I was going to the showboat and just begging the pros to throw a bowling ball. And these were all my idols, and they terrified me, and that was scary. And I didn't even want to ask for an autograph. And I think you were there too. And I was going, I don't dare ask for an autograph, but I'm trying to beg him to throw the bowling ball. And I remember walking through the casino, and Pete Weber was there, and Dick was there. They were all kind of standing by some tables, and I just went up and I was like, to Dick Weber, would you sign, and I'm just shaking, would you sign my little professional book here? And he took it, and he made eye contact with me, and he said, "Thank you very much for asking me. I'd be honored to sign your book." And I just went, and and then Pete, he just took it and he signed it. He didn't say a word to me. But I, I right then I just went, wow. Here, I mean, I can't believe that somebody said I'd be honored to sign your book, and I just went, now that. And then, to actually come through the ranks and then be able to put Pete on staff and getting to know Dick. What a deal.
Well, Dick Weber was, they broke the mold when they made Dick, that's for sure. We've got a really good match going right here. Sydney Brummett just trips the 2-pin forward for a double. Sierra Kanemoto is the undefeated player in the U20 division. It is a 12-pin differential after game 1. And right now, Sydney Brummett is down 6 in this game, so it's 18 pins going in the 9th and 10th frame. If Sydney were to somehow strike out, win this match, they too will go to another 2-game total pin matchup. But this is going to come down to 10th frame.
Yeah, if she didn't roll that 2-pin there, this match was over.
Yeah.
That was a huge break. Now see if she can capitalize on that. That ball's tight. Got it short again.
And we've seen her do this about three times during this match. Extremely light on the right lane, compensation on the left, and it goes Brooklyn. And it's so easy to do. You feel handcuffed or you feel like you're bowling in a phone book. She needs some help now, and she needs some help from Sierra Kanemoto to have any chance of going any farther in this tournament.
Yeah, and Sierra's up with ball in hand. I mean, she can finish it right here.
Pretty much a strike here, and it's over. You guys didn't ask me who I would come back as.
Randy,
well, that's because you're in charge.
we figured
back as you.
We figured you'd come back as you. Yeah.
No, two players. I'd come back as Wes Malott because I think he has the coolest hand, coolest release. I think he can do some really ridiculous things with the bowling ball. And I'd also come back as Jason Belmonte.
Yeah.
Because I think he's the most intimidating, most dominant force in the sport today. And power reigns supreme. And you know what? Even if I couldn't beat him, I'd want to be the most powerful guy out there.
Yeah. That, you know what? And then to be thought of as the innovator or leader of a whole new style.
Boy, I'll tell you.
Something different. And, it has been something that there is a whole lot more two-handed bowling balls, throwers coming up.
Absolutely. He makes it look so easy too, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult to do. I've tried it. I can hook it and get all those revs at about 12 miles an hour.
Yeah, me too.
Well, when I see it, I'm going, oh my gosh, that hurts my back just to look at it. And then when I throw a regular bowling ball with one hand, I go, oh, that hurts my hip.
I just think it's incredible to watch, and it's really an art form, and you have to be very talented to pull it off. And he's extremely talented, and he has all the tricks. He can change his hand position, change the roll a little bit.
Yeah.
Sierra Kanemoto, just a 10th frame away now. She is in the 180s with the mark.
She needs a mark here.
That's it. One mark. This is done. If she doesn't mark, she would be in the 170s, and that would still give Sydney Brummett a chance. She would need to double in the 10th frame. So any mark here, and Sierra Kanemoto just stamped her golden ticket to the TV show.
Pretty good ball.
Yeah, it was a nice pitch. All right, if she misses, it's 176 with her 12 pins. Gives her 188. That forces Sydney to double and get 7. If she makes it, she'll be in the 180s, and this match is over. Spare, keep it on the lane.
Yeah, she'll need a little bit of count, but it won't be much.
Spare, keep it on the lane, stay behind the foul line.
Yep.
And it's off to the TV show. She's taking her time. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that because it allows the brain to start thinking
yeah.
about things you don't want
No.
to think about.
You want to stick with your routine.
Absolutely. What do they call it? Paralysis through overanalysis? Yeah.
Yeah.
She overthought.
Got it.
Holy
Wonderful
cow.
ball.
That was a little close.
Little
no?
relief on her face. He's wondering what the score is here.
That was close. All right.
Well, she
192.
needs 3 to guarantee a tie, 4 to win. She needs
4 to win.
4 pins on one shot
Yep.
here. Stay behind the foul line, keep it in play.
That's it. Taking her time, not rushing, staying in that routine. I like it.
Yep. And that's enough.
Yeah.
That's a winner.
You know, I'm pretty confident that she was going to get it, but I've got to say that I have been at enough bowling tournaments and enough where you've just gone, oh, yeah, they've got it locked. And then the weirdest things happen. Not very often, but sometimes.
I remember doing a show. It was the United States Open men's, and Norm Duke was left for dead, and he threw the last 4 to force Mika to mark, any mark. And Mika gets up in the 10th frame and throws a great shot, leaves a massive ringing 10, and all he has to do is make it. And he missed it.
Saw it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I was there.
And Norm Duke won sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
And Mika hit the floor.
Yep.
And my jaw was dropped. And 2 hours later when I was at the airport, I was getting phone calls, and I still couldn't figure out what happened.
Yeah.
You never know. Make your opponent show up, right?
Yep, I never give up. I just don't.
Just never know.
I never let my brain say, oh, it's over, you know, until I have to sign my scorecard.
That's
or my
right. All right, great tournament for Sydney Brummett. Congratulations to Sierra Kanemoto of Dayton, Ohio. She is advancing to the televised finals that will be held on CBS Sports Network. We're going to take a short break. We will be back, I believe, with our matchup of Emily Schrader and Emma Elfrank. They have to do it once again. Stay with us, folks. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the 2015 Junior Gold Championships. We are down to our last matches in the U20, the U15. Joining me in the booth, the brand manager of Rotogrip, Chris Schlemmer, to my left. To my right, the director of marketing at Storm, Gary Holzenberg. I am Randy Peterson, PBA Hall of Famer, and your humble ESPN announcer. Guys, welcome. Thanks for joining me for the last two games. That's going to determine and fill basically our roster on the girls' side for the TV show.
Awesome. Thanks, Randy. You've done a great job this week, and we thank you for not only being doing what you do here and broadcasting, we also thank you for being a part of the Storm family here, buddy.
Well, thanks. It's always it makes your job a lot easier when you get to work with good people and you have fun doing it. And this week has been a great experience, a lot of fun, a lot of work, but I think when you look back and when we all reflect back on this week and the time and work and effort that all of us have put in, I think we're all going to come away saying the same thing, that it was a great time.
Absolutely.
It's been an amazing journey this week in the Chicagoland area.
We've got some great players on the left lane, or the left pair rather, 47 and 48. Getting up on the right lane is Brianna Clemmer. She's taking on Jordan Richard. And on the right pair, the U15, it's a rematch of Emily Schrader and Emma Elfrank. Chris, Brianna Clemmer, as she moves over to the left lane, she's got some history in this event.
Oh yeah, she's let's just say this isn't her first rodeo.
Yeah.
She's been actually beyond this point here the last couple of years, and obviously, like you said, this is a semifinal, getting preparation as the winner awaits for the telecast. But Brianna, the last couple of years in two separate divisions, the U15 and then also the U20, she's won this event, and now she's looking to do, I guess we would call it a three-peat.
Yeah, back to back. Sure. Won it when she was in the U15. The very next year she goes to U20, wins it again. She's your defending champion. So Jordan Richards taking on a powerhouse in the U20 division.
Yeah, and myself and Gary, we were in the booth earlier, like we were telling you before you got here this morning. These two bowled each other earlier today, and so it's a rematch from that. And as anything, again, as we talked about this whole time, these two-game matches, anything's possible. They just freshly ran the pairs, so the oil didn't have a lot of time to sit on the lane.
Right.
So it's going to be one of those things, too, that could be a variable that comes into play that these girls actually aren't used to, because earlier in some of the other pairs, the oil sat in the lane longer than, they oiled them just within 10 minutes ago. So that's something to keep track of. So
I'll tell you what, Jordan Richard, is the first time I've watched her bowl. She's got game.
Mm-hmm.
What a great hand, great game going to the foul. And watch this hand here, folks.
Yep.
Awfully clean, huh?
She just changed balls, and you see how that ball started and then just kind of rolled out a little bit?
Yeah.
Went to something maybe a little stronger, a little earlier.
And that's actually, she switched to that's a Defiant Soul.
Yeah.
So that's that's a ball from a couple years ago for us. It features the Paragon core, and it actually has she misses a spare there. That was a hybrid cover. It was fairly strong. So yeah, you get that earlier, the mass bias motion, but also that stronger cover. So it gets to that hook and kind of, in this type of situation, would be a hook and layoff type deal.
I used that Defiant Soul 2 years ago at the Senior U.S. Open and the Senior Masters, and I was in the show at the Senior Masters up until the last 8 games. I was in second forever.
Yeah.
That's a great bowling ball. I love the way that ball rolled. But she's going to have her hands full with Brianna Clemmer. She's got all the experience in the world. She's great at adjustments and playing the lanes and doing what she does best, which is that kind of down and in shot. She's a really good spare shooter.
Yeah, and that was one of the things we noticed earlier, too. You noticed the two distinct lines, like you said. With Jordan, she actually has a good hand at the bottom, but Brianna's a little bit harder and straighter. And now on this pair, because it's freshly oiled, she's a little bit further right than what she was earlier today after a burn pair. And so with Jordan playing left of her, is she going to use that spot to her advantage as far as a hook spot, or is she going to try and get left of that and just kind of stay away from the traffic? So it's going to be interesting to see how this match shakes out.
Gary, from a marketing standpoint, what are some of the the main positives that you're going to be able to take away from this event and take back to Brigham City, Utah?
Well, our involvement in it is, as a bowlers company, we did the Friday night, the matchmaker. Saturday, you guys, our staff, you signed autograph for 6 straight hours, and then Sunday was the day at the park, which was more interaction with the families. And so for us, this is about the athletes when they're competing, and then off the lanes, it's about the families. The families, they're here as a group. They're here as a family. They have siblings, mothers, fathers, grandparents, all cheering them on. So the whole family's involved. And, early in the week when we were doing the first rounds of qualifying, you could barely walk through the bowling centers. It was so packed with spectators, which is great.
Yeah, I heard we set the record this week for total number of fire marshal violations.
No doubt. I believe this Jim and his staff here at Stardust have done an amazing job patrolling all that.
I even saw Fire Marshal Bill at one of the centers, and he did not look happy.
He was.
Yeah.
He was ticked off.
Awesome.
He just kept saying, "Let me tell you something."
Let me tell you something.
So, all right.
And so we got over here on the right pair, Emily and Emma. Emily seemingly having a pretty good look. She catches the double there, and Emma seemingly still kind of looking like she's not quite comfortable yet. So we'll see how this all shakes out over there as well.
Well, Emily was undefeated coming into this match against Emma and ended up losing, but she was real steady early on. She actually played the outside part of the lane. Now she's playing in.
She's also using.
Is that a Sinister?
It is.
So you know what, and this is what really impresses me about these athletes. It's the, along with Brianna taking advantage of that Brooklyn, but it's the fact that they're real savvy when it comes to their equipment.
Absolutely.
And they're real savvy when it comes to moving around on the lane. You don't see Emily coming back and playing the lanes exactly the way she did in the last match where she was unsuccessful. Now she's playing in. I think that's just great. I think that shows what we're doing in this sport and how we're communicating the information. It's actually getting to the youngsters.
Yeah, absolutely. It's safe to say there's a bright future ahead with Gary and I were just talking a little while ago. We went to lunch, and the future of our sport, and we've been talking about it too. And here, Randy, is you see these kids, and now here we are, girls, the under 15, under 20. These are the girls that have the different bowling balls. They got different surfaces. They develop different plans of attack. They make the adjustments, and
they know how to read the oil patterns.
Yeah, absolutely. Where if you would have said 20 years ago, think about when we were younger. 20 years ago, man, even us as our youth bowlers, we can all look at each other and go, yeah, we weren't at this advanced at that age.
Hey, why didn't my ball hook when I threw it right?
Yeah, well, Randy, you were throwing rubber back in the day when you were a kid.
Ouch.
Oh, zinger.
Ouch. So Gary, and again, following the same conversation, how many of the athletes, whether they're in U15 or U20, I see them. They bring their gear to their starting lane, and then they pull out a bag of Aberlon pads.
Yes.
And
make those last-minute surface adjustments.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I know I'm bowling on 44 feet or 43. So I'm going to my Aberlon pads, and I'm going to take my IQ Nano or my Sinister, and I'm going to start scratching on it. I mean, it's awesome. You didn't see that 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Hell, we didn't even. You can, from your tour experience, and even Gary, you bowled a bit on tour. Man, on tour we didn't even have that.
No.
Let alone now, we're junior gold, and these kids already they're ahead of the game.
Very advanced. All right, nice spare by Emily Schrader. She caught that 3-bagger. She's got a nice lead here in game one. And boy, Jordan Richard, what a nice game.
She throws it pretty good.
Man. Well, let's see what kind of moxie she has. She's got that open frame early. Brianna caught that 4-bagger with the Brooklyn. Now she's got a double. Let's see if she can come back and make this a match here early in game one. Look at that. Hey, Emily stroking it on lane 49. Beautiful.
You're right. She's just playing right in the track area, isn't she?
Yep.
Going a little 12 to 11 zone.
And again, just so impressive. The last match, same pair, same pattern.
And she played to
She's
the
playing
right.
5.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good adjustment.
With an IQ Nano. Now she's playing the track with a Sinister. It's just
Yep.
good stuff. With a Sinister that has surface. Nano has surface.
Yep. And you know, comparison strength of balls. You know, obviously the Sinister is a little bit stronger, and you know, with it being a hybrid cover, and look, Brianna's got back-to-back opens here, so this match is changing in a hurry.
It looks like Mr. Momentum has changed his address.
That is.
You can use that one.
Feel free to use that.
Feel free. Feel free to use that one.
I thought that was a shameless plug for Master Momentum Tape.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was totally it. That was totally the
shameless plug.
And it looks
How about
like
this, guys? Back-to-back-to-back 6 counts.
Yeah, Brianna had that look again early on, like I said, with the oil sitting there for a short time, and she had fresh back ends. And now that we're starting to get the oil moving around and
Bingo.
a quick transition, because it's not because Jordan is on her line. Jordan's well left of her, so it's, you know, the oil's starting to move around, I think, and you know, her speed, she needs to dial it down, and she covers it right there. So she gets things back. What's up?
Kind of rights the ship a bit. Parker
A
Bone
little
III's
visitor coming by.
son is conversing with Chris Schlemmer right now. All right, folks, we're going to make a little technical adjustment here on one of our cameras. Good matches going on right now. Jordan Richard with that strike there in the 8th frame. Chris just took the lead.
Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things that the angles she's playing, she's quite a bit deeper than Brianna. And Emily she's got the groove going. And the other thing, you know, Randy, and you've been around, you know, obviously, you know, throughout your career, but now as the kids get better, we see bowlers of all skill levels. These girls, they're like, man, no fear. Just get up there, throwing shots, filling frames. Like, yeah, I got this. You know, if they're showing nerves, man, you know, emotions. Again, all bowlers show emotions.
Sure.
But the nerves is a thing that it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it
what
is.
These kids are holding down, man.
You know, Chris, these athletes that we're watching right now, they bowl a lot of tournaments. You know, they're tournament tested. For a lot of them, they've been to this event before. They know what to expect. They bowl lots of tournaments, not just league, not just for the high school team. So they're tournament tested, and that's the only way to get to this point in the tournament.
Absolutely, especially when you look at the number of participants, and you know, the girls obviously are a little bit less than the boys, but still there's a few hundred girls that bowled, and now we're down to, you know, basically we've got a winner left, and we've got these 4. We're down to the final 5. It takes a while. You had to have that experience and go through those ups and lows and highs and, you know, bumps along the way to get to where you can handle, I guess, the adversity, getting to this point. So,
and I think it just goes along with what you said in terms of how advanced they are. When they get to that next level, you know, in the next level meaning the professional tours, they're going to be ready.
Absolutely. You know, and that's the cool thing, especially for these girls, is now that the PWBA tour is back, as they get started in Lubbock, Texas today. You know, I had to first stop last week in Sacramento. You know, it's one of those things that it's just really cool to see. So these girls now have something to stick with bowling, trying to get better and more advanced and strive to, you know, where before we kind of, through that decade where we had the girls, you know, they get to this level, they could bowl. I'm going to go to college and bowl. But then it was like, boom, I had to go get a career, you know, have my career. And bowling kind of went to the back burner.
Yep.
Well, now, not to say that their careers are not important, but they also, if they want to go bowl 3 or 4 stops a year, they have that option.
Absolutely.
You know, where before it was possibly a Queens, possibly a U.S. Open. And
Yep.
It wasn't always guaranteed, so that's helping change this game too. And I think a lot of these kids,
Without
especially the under
question.
15 girls,
Without question.
they're now looking up to their idols and going, "Hey, I'm going to be that one of these days."
Yep.
So that's pretty cool.
We've got a real change in venue here, guys.
And she's wheeling
She's
around.
actually made a ball change. She went to something a little bit smoother now after catching that 3-bagger, but she's going to, with a mark here, she's going to pick up some pins. She'll win game 1. It's just a matter of how many. On the U15 side, Emily Schrader, with the adjustment she made, she's going to be in the 220s. Another strike. She's in the 230s and almost creating an insurmountable lead going into the second game. What a game she's bowled.
Yeah, but as we've seen in some of the matches earlier today, anything's possible. We had a couple matches early on in some of these rounds at the very good of the match play that you saw the 30-40 pin lead, and next thing you know, middle of the second game, it worked all square. So wait and see how things go, assuming that the lane doesn't transition too much for her. That shot right there looks like she kind of pinched it a little left and went through the face. But, like you said, she's looking 220. Yeah, almost a 50-pin lead there to go. So,
Well, I'll tell you what, huge break in the 10th frame for Brianna Clemmer. She splits and opens, and then Jordan Richard backs it up with missing a spare.
Yep.
That's a 2-pin match going into the second game. Jordan Richard 188, Brianna 186.
and now Brianna comes out with a strike with a ball change.
222 for Emily Schrader. She has a 51-pin lead going in.
Yep.
Emily Elfrank from Palm Harbor, Florida, has got her work cut out for her. Jordan Richard on the right lane now. 2-pin advantage.
Looks like she moved even a little bit further in, Randy, and she could trips a 4. So obviously that angle wasn't so bad. It's a matter of, not getting, and that one getting a little bit deeper, creating a little bit more angle. This is the Athens, a 40-foot pattern. Looks like she created a little bit of anger, got to the where her ball pushed and kind of rolled all the way through the lane as opposed to hitting a friction spot and change direction off of it. So it'll be interesting to see if she can play that the rest of the way out.
And actually switched to a little bit smoother, cleaner ball, IQ solid. Gary is back with us. He took a small hiatus for just a couple minutes. Gary, welcome back. We had a lot of crazy things happen in the 10th frame of the last game. This match on the left is now a 2-pin match.
Yeah.
Both players opening in the 10th frame. On the U15 side, though, almost an insurmountable lead for Emily Schrader. She's up 51 going into this game.
It's going to be a tight match. It comes down to the final few frames, I believe. I'm just checking the chat for us to find out if we've got any questions. If you do, fire in for Randy. Matt Brown comments that Jordan throws it really good.
She does.
Great understatement.
Newsflash. We
Yeah.
got you. We agree.
This just in.
She throws it good.
She does.
And now Brianna actually, when she made a ball change to start this game and cut the strike in the first frame, we'll see how this goes for her. And it looks to be that was a good move for her.
So she got it to that spot where it wasn't really quite making the turn, and
Yeah.
now all of a sudden it is, and that's going to bode really well for Brianna.
Yeah, it looks to be that she balled up. Looks like she got that's a Guru with some surface on it. She was throwing a Melee, which is a pearl ball. She had some surface on that.
Right.
But obviously the Guru is a lot stronger ball, so that allows her to keep with her firm, her firm ball speed, and 2 shots in, she's got the double. So we'll see how it goes.
For me, it was always this is a match that's shaping up. It's
pretty good pitch
This
right
is
there.
exactly what I'm seeing, guys. I've seen it over and over. You've seen it over and over. You've got kind of the underdog. You've got the top dog. You've got that, like me going up against Walter Ray 10 years ago. You got him down, you got him buried, and you got to put him away, because if you let him hang around, this is what happens.
They figure it out.
Yeah, and like we talked about before, her past last couple of years, she's won the U15, she won the U20.
She's the top dog.
Hey, by the way, knock knock, I'm right here again.
She's the top dog.
Sitting on the porch. So that's a pretty good pitch. So yeah, and just didn't get to quite outside the dark tracer down lane.
Right.
And through the face for 4.67.
She gives her the huge opening in the 10th frame by going through the nose and splitting. Jordan doesn't take advantage of it. She misses the 2-8, and guess what? She's in trouble.
Yes, she's in a little bit of trouble, yeah. Hey, Randy, I have a question for you this week. You've been here all week helping out. You've done a lot of answering questions, not really coaching, but a lot of the athletes have had they had the desire to ask your take on things. What have you seen? Because you've been to a couple of different centers. I know you and Tyler Jensen were at one of the qualifying centers, and then you've been at this center, and you've been kind of bouncing around. What's your take on how tough a tournament it is to get to this spot for these athletes?
It's incredibly difficult. The oil patterns this year have been really tough, and the players that have gone this far have really managed their games and their mental games very nicely. It's a lot of games on a lot of different oil patterns, and the players that understand ball motion and understand how to create the correct ball motion, and I'm not telling Chris anything that he doesn't know,
right?
But that's been the big difference, and we touched on it earlier with the athletes that come in with their equipment. They come in with their Abralon pads. They're getting their surfaces ready. These are athletes that understand ball motion, and they're going through the checklist on how to create and get that ball motion they're accustomed to. So here's the big change for Brianna. She decided to go with a different ball game one, go straighter. Guess what? Didn't work out. She makes the adjustment, knows exactly what to go to, throws a shot on the right lane where she got it to the same spot and it hung, and now it tips for the wall shot. She comes back to that same lane and goes high flush. This is how the process works. And it's a long, hard, drawn-out process. This tournament is grueling, and it's grueling both physically and mentally.
And the pace of play is a little challenging too, right? I mean, talk about that. When they're doing the early qualifying, they have 9, 10, 11 on a pair.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Tough to stay loose like that.
The only thing that they had going in their for their advantage is the fact that they're young.
Right.
If it was me, I'd have no chance. Waiting that long in between shots, my body would be so stiff I wouldn't be able to make shots. But they're young, and so in terms of staying loose, that's not an issue. But it's a rhythm thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as we see here, Emily catching the double. And like you said, Emma had the not insurmountable, but you can definitely see where she's running out of frames to try and make up that 50-pin spot. And Jordan just not quite, probably not quite, maybe not the right ball. She's changed balls a couple times.
I was just going to say, Chris, I like the other ball better.
I did too, but
it
was
didn't
one
blow
of those
through the
things
spot.
She probably didn't, she probably felt that she had to get her angles to a certain spot because it was so strong at the break point. But being able to control that spot and, again, tilting her hand and doing different things, maybe and at this point of the day too, she's already bowled quite a bit today. And obviously this week it's already been a lot of games. So I'm not sure what she's feeling physically.
Right.
Like you just said, the mental grind is wearing on these, and we can say it, these kids, because there's not too many adults that go through. Even if you go bowl like the Open Championship, and actually she just want to make that ball and you saw
right
just from angles and stuff. But even the Open Championship or whatever you bowl, your team, your singles and doubles, so you bowl your 9 games in 2 days. That'd be a cakewalk compared to what these kids went through this week.
Right. Hang on, I've got an update for you. The U15 is starting to get a little interesting over here as Emily has missed 2 spares, even though she has a double. Emma Elfrink down 51 going into this game. A glimmer of hope.
Yep. She's working on a double.
Yeah. I think the other great thing about this tournament, Gary, is no matter what the level of the competitor, whether it's the aspiring pro, collegiate bowler, or just your sometime periodic tournament bowler / league bowler, everybody was able to get something out of this experience. You know, it's like, all right, well, hey, you know, that was a lot of fun, and we met a lot of great people. Yeah, it's okay, you didn't bowl all that well. Guess what? But it was a great experience. We're going to come back tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Then it's, you know what? From this experience, you're going to get so much better, and we're going to just keep applying that to see if you can grow at all as an athlete in this sport. And then you've got your collegiate and your aspiring professionals, and they're looking at this as just another stepping stone to getting to that next level.
Absolutely. Hey, we got a question from the chat. Matt Brown wants to know if they are still bowling on the Athens pattern.
Yes. Athens has been used exclusively for match play.
And the answer from Randy is yes.
And for those of you that are wondering, the Athens is a 40-foot pattern. Again, as we say, just in this match here to our left with the U20 girls, with Brianna playing a little bit straighter and more direct, and then Jordan kind of circling a little bit more. When you get to those, you know, anywhere between that 37 to kind of that 41 feet window, there's multiple angles to attack those types of patterns. And, you know, when you start getting, you know, get to the 42 to longer, you kind of really have to kind of play more so on the in angles. But you get short of that 42, you can start moving that break point out to the right. So it's a matter of what you're comfortable with and how you can get your angles, get the ball go to the pins the right way.
And playing to your strengths.
I just want to say something. I'm watching Emma here on 49 and 50, and she's a little dejected after the last frame. And I'm sitting here thinking, out of the thousands of people that tried to qualify, she's bowling to get to that championship. Man, there are no losers in this tournament. I mean, I feel bad for her because she's a little down, and I'm thinking, you are killing it.
Yeah.
You're having a great tournament.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Unfortunately, Gary, on the flip side of that, it's very easy to look back and go, I was this close to making the TV show.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
You know,
So it's bittersweet.
Yeah, there's some athletes that are wired as, you know, I'm so close to getting there, and they can build off of this positive note, and then other ones are, it's if I'm not first, I'm losing, and I don't like to lose.
Right.
I mean, and so it's depending on, you know, your mental fortitude and what you're thinking and how you work. So
Brianna Clemmer from Clover, South Carolina, is just a couple of shots away from advancing to the TV show. She is the defending champ of the U20 division, and she's going to make TV.
yeah, it's tough to say that Jordan run out of frames here, and yeah, it's a matter of just kind of damage control here these last couple shots, and
Well, Brianna
staying of her own way.
Brianna got out to a quick start, too, with a four-bagger and really put the heat on her. Emily Schrader trying to hold on here. She's got a 30-pin advantage
3 to play.
with 3 to play. There it is.
That's a pretty good shot right there.
Well, you know, because of her style, she has to be a shot maker, and she is, and she's proving it. With that being said, though, you still have to have a little bit of a ball reaction to help your body be able to make shots.
Yep.
Finding something interesting here. They took the top 16 to get into match play. Emily and Emma, who are bowling in the U15 to get to the TV show right here we've been watching on 49 and 50, they were tied for 14th place entering match play.
Wow.
So it just goes to show, man, they just made it in the cut, and now one of them is going to advance to the TV finals and have a chance to win the whole thing.
Pretty cool.
And Miss Emily is actually from nearby Orland Park, one of the centers.
Home game. Yes,
Yeah,
one of the
home-
centers we use. Sure.
Home game.
It is a home game. You know, the thing that really has impressed me about Emily today is she's a very good spare shooter, and it's really kept her in this, and it's probably what enabled her to win her matches.
That's it. And speaking of spares, that's another open frame, and I think Jordan sees the writing on the wall, and
Oh, yeah.
I think if we had a white towel or a white flag at this point in time, she'd wave it and say, okay, I can see the match.
Yeah. But again, a great tournament for her. She'll look back on this with great memories and hopefully be able to take this experience back to the practice lanes and apply it.
Absolutely.
You know, the thing growing up when I was bowling, it didn't matter if I was a junior bowler, it didn't matter if I just started on tour, was I always learned from every failure. You know, you guys have seen it time and time again.
Oh,
guy
tickles it over.
Guy making TV for the first time, shoots 150, 160. Guess what? he's going to take something from that. He's going to
Absolutely.
apply it to the next show he makes, and he's probably going to bowl a heck of a lot better.
And that's been one of my main things in talking to the kids around, the kids that bowled this week and parents. Hey, how'd you do? Well, I didn't make the cut or did this. My first question every time, did you learn anything?
Exactly
and
right.
Because, explaining to them that, and it doesn't matter, and Randy, you were on tour, obviously we helped you when your last time on a regular tour, now you won on the senior tour as well, but when you get to different points, like you just said, whether it's telecast or whatever level of a bowling tournament, even the greats, Hall of Famers, living legends, you still, when you don't win, okay, what can I take away from it? Whether you're Pete Weber or Norm Duke, there's been times where, hey, you know what, you need to do this, or let's make a note of this, and let's work on it next week in practice session. There's always something going on. So
Absolutely.
and that's what a lot of these kids, and some of them they're like, oh yeah, I've got a whole list of things I'm going to work on. Others, I've helped a few talk through, hey, how was your spares? How was this? How was that? And they're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to take that. And mom and dad, obviously finish up with thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Because and equally as much as the athlete learning, mom and dad is learning too. So they got to take notes of how things work for them and also what they can do to improve not only themselves, but also help the experience of their kid. And just all around, it's a big picture thing. So,
Agreed. Last shot for Brianna Clemmer. Finishes big, 225. She finishes with 411 to Jordan Richards, 332. Brianna Clemmer advances to the telecast looking to successfully defend her U20 title once again. We still have one more frame finishing up here. Emily Schrader with her 51-pin lead after game one. She is moving on as well. She will be bowling on television. What a great showing by all of our athletes here this week at Junior Gold Championships here in Chi-Town. Guys, a real quick wrap-up for you before we leave this this live stream show that we've been a part of yesterday and all day today. Gary, final thoughts?
The future of bowling is very bright. There's tons of talented kids. Yeah, that's my final thought. That's my takeaway.
Very good. Thanks,
Nice.
Gary. Schlem?
my final thought is thanks to everybody who is logging in to watch the live stream. Thanks to all the not only the kids bowling, the parents who came out and supported, just the whole thing all the way around. Storm, Rotogrip Master, we're proud to be a part of this whole process, and excited about what the future holds. Because like Gary just said, the talent's amazing, and we're excited to be a part of that moving forward.
I'd like to thank the USBC, the athletes, their parents, all the friends and family for making this a great event. We're going to have a special guest that we're going to bring up in the booth to interview. What a great showing for both Emily Schrader and Emma Elfrank. Nice bowling. Good job. Good stuff. Great adjustment. Emily, nice adjustment there. That was awesome.
Good bowling.
Nice bowling.
Good work.
We're going to try to bring up Brianna Clemmer to the booth and chat with her for a minute or two before we sign off.
I think Tavia was the messenger went to get her.
Yep.
And she's over there. She's funny you talk about that, Randy. She's holding Aberlon pads in her hand.
Yeah,
and
that's funny.
Now she's thinking, now I get to the TV show. I got to get my balls ready. It's the next part of you preparing as a bowler.
We're going to do a quick interview with Brianna Clemmer, and then we're going to sign off and thank everyone. And so stay with us for that, folks. I'd like to hear what Brianna has to say, getting ready to go for a three-peat.
Yeah, which is, man, that's impressive. Hold on, I think she's bringing us pizza, Randy. Check this out. She's got Aberlon pads and a pizza.
You brought us a pizza?
How does that work? Oh, she's like, no, I'm not sharing.
Brianna, come join us here for a quick interview. Oh, they're going to go down on the lanes first. Okay, so Chris, now you and I can fill.
Sweet.
Which we have no trouble doing.
Not at all.
Never a shortage of words in this booth when it's you and I together.
That is a fact.
I just saw the writing on the wall, man. When she made that change and she caught that 4-bagger, I knew she was going to be a handful.
Yeah, and exactly what I said, Randy, with, in preparation of all these kids and what they have, and she went to a stronger ball, had fresh surface on it, and when she had that, she started a match because she had a couple strikes there early on, but then it went away.
Yep.
And, her opponent, again, playing 4 to 5 boards, and she kept chasing the left, and she knew that, she was kind of camping out in her zone, and she knew she had to make an adjustment. And, again, experience, that was a given with the ball change, and I don't know, helping. I'm assuming we'll get her in here in the booth and find out. I'm guessing she's already in college, got the whole thing going on, and find out more details there. But, you have to think that not only her experiences in this tournament, but also bowling around the world, she's been a part of that. So pretty
All
cool
right.
as we're joined here in the booth.
She's making her way. Not yet.
Maybe.
Hang on. Stand by.
All right, so she has to now go down to the TV set. So we are.
Hey, she's going to be a while with CBS, just so you know. No, she's going to be down there doing interviews. Oh, okay.
So hopefully Randy and I can fill a couple more minutes.
Fast is going to be 10 minutes. I think we're going to run out of time. We're going to wrap it up.
So we try to get the winner of the advancer in the U20, but she's had to go down to the TV set and got other obligations. So, Randy, I want to thank you for all you did this week, and again, great job as always, bud.
Thank you. You as well, Chris, and it's always a pleasure to work with you. And anytime
buddy.
I can get together with you and talk bowling, it's always a lot of fun. So we're going to sign off now. Brianna's down doing her obligations with CBS Sports Network, and so for that, we're going to bring this live feed to a close. I want to thank once again the USBC, all of the athletes, the parents, the families, and a special thanks goes out to Bill Chrisman, Barbara Chrisman, Dave Sims, and the entire Storm and Rotor Grip family for just a tremendous week. So many of our people played an intricate part of bringing all of this to you. The live feed, Tavio and Paul. It was just a great job collectively by everybody in the company, and it's just a pleasure to be a part of that. That being said, folks, I want to thank you all very much for tuning in. This is the 2015 Junior Gold Championships. Remember to check your local guide so that you can catch the TV shows that will air on CBS Sports Network. For Randy Peterson, Chris Schlemmer, and the entire Storm and Rotor Grip family, thank you all very much for tuning in. We'll see you next time.